Chapter 1459. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. Li Jian chuckled, we want a mount. Mount? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and glanced at the crocodile emperor and the other two beasts. Zhu Zheng said, Li Jian and I are both at the peak of 9-star combat emperor realm. If we have a peak 9-star combat emperor realm mount, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Qin Feiyang asked, you want the crocodile emperor and the others to be your mounts? What? Mounts? When the crocodile emperor and the other two beasts heard this, they immediately looked at Zhu Zheng and Li Jian. Yes. The two of them nodded. You want us to be your mounts? Are you looking for death? The ant emperor said angrily. Why are you so arrogant? Although you're strong, don't forget that the young lord has the final say. Whatever the young lord wants you to do, you have to do it. The two of them sneered. Boss Qin. The three beasts quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and signaled the three beasts to calm down. He then looked at Zhu Zheng and Li Jian and said, do you think that humans are superior to beasts? The two of them did not answer, but their expressions said it all. Slap. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang raised his arm and slapped the two of them. The two of them were stunned. Blood flowed from the corner of their mouths and a bright red palm print appeared on their faces. I don't care what you think, but to me, beasts and humans are equal. If you want them to be your mounts, I don't object. But it depends on whether you have the ability to make them submit to you willingly. Qin Feiyang snorted. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them quickly lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. Remember, whether it's the people around me or the beasts around me, I will not force them to do anything they don't want to do. Don't let me hear such words again. Otherwise, even if you are at the peak of 9-star combat emperor realm, I won't be merciful. You have to understand that I want you to follow me not because of your value, but purely to anger the national master. Qin Feiyang said. Remember, remember. The two of them nodded. The three beasts looked at Qin Feiyang with gratitude. If Qin Feiyang really wanted them to be Li Jian and Li Jian's mounts, they wouldn't dare to resist. However, Qin Feiyang didn't do that. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Feiyang respected them a lot. This was a person who was trustworthy. He was. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Jian and the other man before raising his head to look at the swamp in front of him. With the crocodile emperor around, no more crocodiles came out to block their path. The entire swamp was calm and tranquil. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Ling Yu and said indifferently, now, please reveal your true forms. Do we have to do this? Ling Yu asked. This is a matter of principle. Since you are asking me for protection, I must know your background. Because I don't want two restless elements around me. Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yu and Luo Dan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They took out the facial restoration pill and put it in their mouths. Their appearance changed quickly. Qin Feiyang stared at the two of them. Miss Longfeng House, Li Jian and the three beasts also looked at them curiously. Not long later, two completely different faces appeared before everyone's eyes. Originally, Ling Yu and Luo Dan were both very ordinary people. But now, one of them was handsome and the other was peerless. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that putting cultivation aside, the two of them could be said to be dragons and phoenixes among men. Luo Dan. She was 1.8 meters tall and had a slim figure. Waterfall-like black hair, gem-like eyes, long eyelashes, exquisite facial features. Although there was some mud on it, it still couldn't hide her peerless appearance. And the temperament she exuded at this moment was completely different from before. In the past, she was silent, giving off a cold feeling that kept people thousands of miles away. But now, she looked gentle and polite, like a lady from a noble family, natural and unrestrained. Look at Ling Yu at this moment. His 7-feet body was tall and straight like an iron pine. And his facial features could be said to be better than those beautiful women. Especially his eyes and long hair, they were sky blue like sapphires. The overall feeling he gave off was very demonic. If he didn't have an Adam's apple, many people would definitely mistake him for a woman when they first saw him. So this is their true appearance. The three beasts mumbled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. They were surprised to find that Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely exaggerated. His eyes were wide open and his mouth was wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. Miss Longfeng and Li Jian also noticed Qin Feiyang's behavior. Their faces were full of suspicion. What's going on? Who in the world didn't know Qin Feiyang's character? Who didn't know? Even if the sky fell, he wouldn't be moved. But at this moment, looking at the man and woman in front of him, he actually had such an expression of disbelief. Could it be? What's the relationship between them? Ling Yu and Li Jian, who had recovered their true appearance, also looked at Qin Feiyang without saying a word. But there was a bright smile on their faces. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Other than the sound of the Kuan Peng swimming in the swamp, there was no other sound. It was dead silent. No one knew how long had passed. Slap. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang abruptly raised his arm and ruthlessly slapped his own face. Boss Qin, what are you doing? Why did you hit yourself for no reason? The Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts hurriedly went forward and asked in surprise. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to them. Touching his burning face, he looked at Ling Yu and Li Jian and kept muttering, "It's not a dream. It's not a dream." The Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts, as well as Miss Longfeng and Li Jian, became more and more surprised. You guys, suddenly. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and walked towards Ling Yu and Li Jian. His hands were trembling. His feet were also trembling. His body, soul, and gaze were all trembling. Even his eyes were uncontrollably filled with a mist, blurring his vision. Looking at Qin Feiyang, although Ling Yu and Li Jian were smiling, tears were flowing from the corners of their eyes. Finally, Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the two and looked at their faces without blinking. As if he was afraid of recognizing the wrong person, he whispered, "Is it really you guys?" "It's us." The two nodded. Their voices were somewhat whimpering. How could this be? Back then in the Swallowpan mountain range, didn't you guys already die? Qin Feiyang shook his head, his face full of disbelief. Luodan said, "We didn't die, it was the old master who saved us." "Didn't die," Qin Feiyang murmured. Suddenly, he stretched out his hands and grabbed each of their shoulders, saying, "Don't move, let me take a good look at you guys." At this moment, his emotions were already out of control. Both of their hands grabbed tightly, and Ling Yu and Li Jian couldn't help but feel pain. But they didn't say a word and silently endured it. The smile on their faces was still there. "It's you guys, it's really you guys," Qin Feiyang whispered. The two faces in front of him were too familiar, like an iron seal, branded in the depths of his soul. In this lifetime, he would never forget it. When he was young, there were not many people who could make him care about them. Many people were just passers-by in his life. But these two people were one of the people he cared about the most. He had thought. He had completely lost them. However, he didn't expect that after so many years, the two of them would actually appear in front of him again. He couldn't believe this scene. He couldn't calm the excitement in his heart. Suddenly, he opened his hands and hugged the two of them tightly. If this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up again. "I'm sorry, it's our fault, we shouldn't have hidden it from you. Let you bear this pain alone." Ling Yu and Li Jian's hearts ached, their faces full of self-blame and guilt. "Don't say anything, let me feel your aura, your taste," Qin Feiyang whispered. The two of them fell silent and hugged Qin Feiyang tightly. From the current situation, they should be old acquaintances of Boss, and their relationship is not ordinary. The Ant Emperor transmitted his voice. "Do I need you to say that? If their relationship is ordinary, with Boss's character, why would he be so agitated? Why would he be so hesitant?" The Crocodile Emperor secretly said. "But then again, who are these two people?" The Spider Emperor muttered. "Swallowpan mountain range, people who have died, at the same time." The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House looked at Ling Yu and Li Jian thoughtfully. She had once inquired about Qin Feiyang's experience in the Great Qin Empire, and it was very detailed. Once, a tragedy seemed to have happened in the Swallowpan mountain range. Wait. No way, they were, but how was this possible? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House had a trace of doubt in her eyes. Time passed breath by breath. The emotions in Qin Feiyang's heart were hard to calm down. People who had died for so many years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he accept this? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to accept it. The most important thing was that they had been hiding it from him. Why was this? He shouted in his heart as a wave of anger surged in his heart. Bang! Suddenly, his gaze turned cold as he sent the two of them flying with a punch. The expressions of the crocodile emperor and the other two changed. Why did he suddenly attack? Ling Yu and Li Jian got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression, saying angrily, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing? Since you're still alive, why didn't you tell me earlier? Back then, when I woke up, White-Eyed Wolf and the others looked for you everywhere. But in the end, we turned the place upside down and couldn't find you. You know how much pain and self-blame I felt at that time. I wished that the person who died was me." Qin Feiyang roared. When the two of them heard this, the anger in their hearts was immediately extinguished. They lowered their heads guiltily and said, "I'm sorry. I don't want to hear any apologies. I just want to know, why is this? You don't have to think about me, but what about your mother? Do you know how Aunt Shui and Aunt Liuji spent all these years? Do you know how many tears they have shed for you all these years?" Qin Feiyang roared. "Feiyang, calm down. They must have their reasons for doing this." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly went forward to persuade him. Difficulties. Mother has her difficulties, Uncle Yuan has his difficulties, second grandpa has his difficulties, they also have their difficulties. How can there be so many difficulties in this world? Don't tell me that my heart doesn't suffer. Qin Feiyang was furious and roared again and again. The Dragon Phoenix house's young lady sighed and didn't say anything more. Chapter 1460. "Feiyang, Luo Dan said. Don't say anything now, let me calm down by myself." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and walked to the top of Kuanpeng's head, silently looking at the swamp ahead. Ling Yu and Li Qie looked at each other and wanted to explain. Miss Longfeng stopped the two of them and said, "Don't go, explaining now will only add fuel to the fire. Give him some time, he can handle it." The two of them sighed and fell silent. Seeing this, Crocodile Emperor, the three beasts, and Li Jian also tactfully shut their mouths. They had all seen Qin Feiyang's methods, and did not dare to provoke him at this time. Time flew. The night receded, and 10 suns slowly rose. The swamp entered a sultry state again. After this period of recuperation, everyone's injuries were more or less healed. Sigh. Finally, Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 suns and let out a long sigh. Without turning his head, he said, "Come here." Ling Yu and Li Qie had been waiting at the back. When they heard Qin Feiyang's words, they immediately walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the two of them. After a long time, he said, "I'm sorry." "What are you talking about? We should be the ones saying sorry." The two of them quickly waved their hands. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and hugged the two of them, patting their backs and smiled, "It's good that you're alive, welcome back." Ling Yu and Li Qie finally smiled. Miss Longfeng asked, "Feiyang, aren't you going to introduce us?" Crocodile Emperor, the three beasts, and Li Jian were also curious. Qin Feiyang let go of the two of them, looked at everyone and shook his head with a smile. He pulled Ling Yu over and smiled, "This is Ling Yunfei, my best brother." Ling Yunfei. Li Jian and Li Qie's eyes trembled. As the state preceptor's subordinates, they had once gone to the spirit state to investigate Qin Feiyang's deeds. Therefore, they were not unfamiliar with this name. But it was said that this person was killed a long time ago, so how was he still alive? "What do you mean in the past? Isn't it now?" In the meantime, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Ling Yunfei was also very dissatisfied. Now, Qin Feiyang deliberately kept him in suspense and said with a smile, "Of course. That's more like it." Ling Yunfei smiled smugly. Then, he looked at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young miss and the others. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I'm very happy to meet everyone. Please take care of me in the future." Qin Feiyang pulled Luo Dan to his side and said, As for this one, her name is Luo Qingzhu. She was once a genius girl in the county of Yang. Her admirers could line up from Iron Ox Town to the imperial capital. Ua, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House, the Crocodile Emperor, and the other two beasts were astonished. However, Li Jian and the other man's hearts were in turmoil. Luo Qingzhu. This was also the person who had died together with Ling Yunfei. What was going on? Facing Qin Feiyang's slightly teasing words, Luo Qingzhu also had a helpless look on her face. She glared at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the others. She smiled gently and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. At most, I'm just a person with decent talent. Miss, you're too modest." The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion chuckled, then looked at Qin Feiyang and teased, "I'm very curious, are you also her admirer?" Everyone was slightly stunned and immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. A playful look appeared in their eyes. Luo Qingzhu also turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Her eyes seemed to be filled with anticipation. Qin Feiyang was also somewhat stunned. Obviously, he did not expect the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to ask such a question. Don't tell me you're really her admirer, but even so, it's understandable. After all, Sister Qingzhu is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not speak for a long time, the ridicule on the face of the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion became even stronger. Luo Qingzhu's cheeks immediately flushed red. "Have you said enough?" Qin Feiyang glared angrily at the young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and laughed. "We were good friends in the past, and we will still be good friends in the future." When Luo Qingzhu heard this, her body trembled slightly, and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. However, he quickly covered it up. "Silly boy." The young miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also cursed in her heart. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was once the most high-end and famous restaurant in the Central Divine Kingdom. As the owner of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, what kind of person had she not seen before? As a result, she could tell with a glance that this little girl was obviously interested in Qin Feiyang, which was why she asked this question on purpose. In other words, she wanted to point it out and matchmake Qin Feiyang and Luo Qingzhu. But she didn't expect that. Not only did Qin Feiyang not realize it, he had even made this relationship stiff. However, feelings were personal matters, so she couldn't interfere too much. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, "What exactly happened back then? Who exactly is the old man who saved you?" "It's a long story. As for the person who saved us, it's an old man you know well," Ling Yu said. "An old man I know well?" Qin Feiyang was startled, and couldn't help but recall in his mind. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something, and his body suddenly trembled. He looked at the two of them and said, "It can't be, yes. It's old Master Qin Yuan." The two of them nodded. "It's actually Uncle Yuan." Qin Feiyang was startled. After regaining his senses, he looked at the two of them and said, "Then Uncle Jiang, Zhao Shuang and Fengling aren't they still alive?" Luo Qingzhu said, "Yes, you've seen them all before." "Seen?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Zhao Yu is Sister Shuang Feng Ranran is Sister Ling As for my father, do you remember a person called Jiang Chenqing?" Luo Qingzhu said with a smile. "So it's them." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, then frowned and muttered, "Jiang Chenqing." Suddenly, his gaze trembled. He finally remembered this person. Back in the city, after he killed the Lu family's ancestor, it was this person called Jiang Chenqing who took over the position of City Lord of the East City of the city. And when the Battle of the Nine Regions began, it was also Jiang Chenqing and Wang Hong who sent them to the Netherworld. So he was Jiang Zhengyi. Wait. Jiang Zhengyi, Luo Chenxue, Luo Qingzhu, Jiang Chenqing. In this name, there was the Chen of Luo Chenxue and the Qing of Luo Qingzhu. Wasn't this a combination of the names of Jiang Zhengyi's family? What a fool. Qin Feiyang slapped his head hard. Why didn't he notice this earlier? Luo Qingzhu said with a smile, "Although you didn't know that we were still alive all these years, we have always been by your side." Ling Yunfei also nodded, feeling very emotional. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them for a long time and said, "We're all brothers, Why are you saying this? Moreover, if we really want to say thank you, it should be us thanking you. If it weren't for you, Old Master Qin wouldn't have saved us at all, let alone nurtured us, and we wouldn't have today's achievements. Luo Qingzhu said with a smile. This shows that Uncle Yuan has good taste. However, isn't your cultivation rising a bit too quickly? Qin Feiyang frowned. This matter. Chapter 1461. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and asked, by the way, Tan Wu has followed Uncle Yuan for a long time. Do you guys know each other? Of course. The two nodded. Then why didn't you guys come together when you entered the miracle? Moreover, when you saw each other, you guys just greeted each other normally. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because you know Tan Wu's background. If we came with him, you would definitely be suspicious of us. That's why we put on a show. Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu laughed. You guys really put in a lot of effort. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. There's no other way. Who asked you to be so shrewd? We definitely have to be careful. Ling Yunfei shrugged. Or is it my fault? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Ling Yunfei said, actually, it's all old Master Qin's idea. He doesn't want you to know these things too early. Uncle Yuan, Qin Feiyang murmured, shook his head and sighed. Last time Tan Wu told me that Uncle Yuan is nurturing a force for me. I was still thinking about who it was, but I didn't expect it to be you guys. Besides you guys, who else is there? It's not the quantity but the quality. It's enough to have us. Ling Yunfei smiled confidently. Is that so? Qin Feiyang asked. He really didn't dare to believe what these guys said now. Ling Yunfei didn't answer and just smiled evilly. There's more. Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something again. He turned to look at Luo Qingzhu and said, when your father took over the position of City Lord in East City, he was investigated by Old Master Ren. Does Old Master Ren also know the true identity of your father? Luo Qingzhu said, Old Master Ren doesn't know, but there is one person who knows. Who? Qin Feiyang asked. Zhu Yu. Luo Qingzhu said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. It turned out that this ugly old woman was also one of Uncle Yuan's people. Then when she asked me to go to the Forgotten Continent to train and snatch the heavenly thunderflame, it was also Uncle Yuan's idea? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Luo Qingzhu nodded. Uncle Yuan, for me, how much effort have you done behind the scenes? Thank you. How am I going to repay you for all the kindness you've shown me? Qin Feiyang looked towards the horizon and muttered to himself. In this life, the person he was most grateful to was Uncle Yuan, because it was Uncle Yuan who gave him hope and the courage to continue living. In this world, anyone could betray him, but there were two people who wouldn't. His mother. Uncle Yuan Yu. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and retracted his gaze. He looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, you two have followed Uncle Yuan for so long. Do you know his true identity? I don't know. We've asked as well. But in the face of our inquiries, Old Master Qin just smiled and let it go. In short, the feeling that Old Master Qin gives me is that he is very mysterious. But his kindness to you is true, no one can deny it. Ling Yunfei smiled. Of course I know. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled, looking down at the kuanping under his feet. He said, it was also given to you by Uncle Yuan? Yes. This time it came with us to the miracle, on one hand to protect us, and on the other hand to see if it can encounter any good fortune. Luo Qingzhu said. Even such a divine beast, Uncle Yuan is really unfathomable. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, becoming more and more curious about Uncle Yuan's identity. After such a long time, old friends reunited, naturally there were a lot of things to say. Next. The three of them sat side by side on the kuanping's head, chatting about the past and reminiscing about the past. From time to time, there would be laughter. As for the miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, Li Jian, and the Crocodile Emperor, they quietly sat on the back of the kuanping and cultivated. Time flew. A day passed and night fell. The end of the swamp finally appeared in the line of sight of the group. Qin Feiyang and the other two suddenly stood up and looked at the scene in shock. Outside the swamp, there was a majestic mountain range. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and the vegetation was lush. That's right. In the mountain range, there was verdant vegetation. The lowest of the old trees was 100 meters tall, and dozens of people couldn't encircle them. The vines were like horned dragons, wrapped around the old trees, filled with a strong aura. The ground was also overgrown with weeds. As far as the eye could see, this place was verdant and full of vitality. It was a completely different world from the swamp, the plains, and the mountain range where the Spider Emperor was. And as they got closer, the temperature also became cooler. Seeing all this, everyone was dumbfounded. It was like an oasis in the middle of a desert, making people wonder if it was real or not. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said warily, "Could it be an illusion?" Illusion? Ling Yunfei was stunned and shook his head. It shouldn't be an illusion, because we can't have the same illusion. An oasis under the scorching sun of 10 suns? This is too inconceivable. Luo Qingzhu muttered. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and shouted, "Crocodile Emperor, Ant Emperor, Spider Emperor, what's going on?" The three beasts immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's shoulder. The Ant Emperor said, "Let the little crocodile answer this question, because this is the water source, and it knows best." This is the water source. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Yes. The Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He turned to the Crocodile Emperor and said, "No wonder you have been occupying this place." Then, he looked at the Ant Emperor and Spider Emperor and smiled. "No wonder you want to take this place away from the Crocodile Emperor." In such a cruel and harsh environment, this mountain range was no exaggeration to say that it was heaven. Who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? During the conversation, the Kuanping had reached the shore of the swamp. Qin Feiyang and the others jumped down one after another and landed on the grass by the shore. A cool breeze suddenly swept over them. This feeling was like suddenly falling into water after being exposed to the sun. They felt cool from head to toe. Even they couldn't help but moan in comfort. This is how a human should live. Ling Yunfei sprawled on the grass, his face full of enjoyment. In this place, even a cool breeze had become a luxury. The Kuanping also became palm-sized and landed on Luo Qingzhu's shoulder, enjoying this rare refreshing feeling. Miss Longfeng turned to look at the Crocodile Emperor and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" The Crocodile Emperor's expression changed. It quickly jumped onto Qin Feiyang's other shoulder and distanced itself from Miss Longfeng. Miss Longfeng smiled playfully and stepped forward. She reached out and grabbed the Crocodile Emperor and said, "Why are you running? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Boss Qin, save me. Show me your masculinity and conquer this bitch." The Crocodile Emperor roared in horror. Ever since it was educated by Miss Longfeng, it was very afraid of this woman. However, its way of asking for help made Qin Feiyang's face turn black. "Conquer? Don't you know how to talk?" Was this woman someone he could conquer? Not to mention him, there was probably no man in this world who dared to conquer this woman. Originally, Qin Feiyang wanted to help it, but now it was better to forget about it. He didn't want to get into trouble. He gave it a look that said, "Good luck. If you scream again, I'll really roast you on the fire." Miss Longfeng's veins were also bulging. Her forehead was dark. The Crocodile Emperor immediately shut its mouth. Like a little lamb, it looked pitifully at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and pretended not to see it. Chapter 1462. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Seeing that no one cared about it, the Crocodile Emperor was scared. It quickly bowed and apologized to Miss Longfeng. "What's wrong?" Miss Longfeng teased. Crocodile Emperor said, "I shouldn't have let you sing conquer." The Miss of Longfeng House slapped its face and said, "Hurry up and say it. I don't know why this place is different from other places." "Because this place existed a long time ago." Crocodile Emperor said. Luo Qingzhu asked, "You didn't investigate such a magical thing?" "Of course. But I've searched every corner here and didn't find anything suspicious." Crocodile Emperor said. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Miss Longfeng pondered for a while and said, "There must be some treasure hidden in this place." Everyone looked at her in unison. To tell you the truth, before I left, my mother told me that in this miracle, whenever I encounter such a unique place, I have to look carefully. Because there might be a treasure hidden in such a place. Miss Longfeng looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be moved. One must know. The mysterious lady had been to the first level before, so she naturally knew the situation here. Since she said so, it must not be groundless. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Crocodile Emperor and asked, "Where's the water source?" Crocodile Emperor said, "In the center of this mountain range, there is a lake. The water source is there." There's a lake. Miss Longfeng and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. Along the way, they were already sweating profusely. Especially when they fought with the crocodiles in the stinky swamp, their bodies were covered in mud, and even they couldn't stand the smell. So, they had long wanted to find a place to wash up. After all, women loved to be beautiful. But there was no water, and it was a luxury to want to take a bath. And now, suddenly hearing that there was a lake in front, they couldn't help but be excited. Actually, not to mention Luo Qingzhu and these two women, even Qin Feiyang and the other men had long wanted to soak in the water. Because their bodies were too smelly. They were worse than those beggars. Lead the way. Qin Feiyang looked at the fierce crocodile and said. The fierce crocodile took the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and quickly rushed forward. Qin Feiyang and the others quickly followed. Why are all the people I meet so impatient? Can't they just let me lie down a little longer? Ling Yunfei shook his head and helplessly got up. He chased after the crocodile and asked, "Little crocodile, are there any other fierce beasts here? This is this emperor's territory, who dares to enter?" Crocodile Emperor said arrogantly. Awesome. Ling Yunfei gave him a thumbs up. Half an hour later, the group cut through the thistles and thorns and arrived in front of a mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was like a giant python, traversing the north and south of the earth. The vegetation on it was lush. However, just as the Crocodile Emperor said, they did not encounter any ferocious beasts along the way. Moreover, they did not sense any ferocious beast's aura on the mountain ridge in front of them. Under the Crocodile Emperor's lead, everyone climbed up the mountain ridge. They stood in a forest and looked ahead. This place was surrounded by mountains on all sides, forming a basin with a diameter of about 2 to 3 miles. The lake was located in the middle of this basin. Under the sunlight, the clear water of the lake glowed with layers of light. By the shore, the vegetation was lush, presenting a scene full of vitality. Everyone was overjoyed. They quickly followed the Crocodile Emperor down the mountain, through the forest, and arrived at the lake. A cool breeze blew, making everyone feel refreshed. "You guys, turn around. Don't peek." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house scanned the lake water. Her eyes were filled with little stars, as if she had seen a peerless treasure. Ahem. Ling Yunfei coughed dryly and asked, "Shouldn't men go first?" "What did you say?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and Luo Qingzhu immediately turned around and glared at Ling Yunfei. At this moment, the two women tacitly chose to form an alliance. Looking at their eyes, Ling Yunfei could not help but feel anxious. Women are tigers. Don't provoke them. Qin Feiyang patted Ling Yunfei's shoulder and thought to himself. If I can't provoke them, can't I just hide? Ling Yunfei snorted, looked at the lake, and pointed to the opposite side of the lake. Let's go there and take a bath. That's not good. What if an accident happens? Qin Feiyang frowned. Didn't Little Crocodile say that there are no other beasts here? What are you worried about? Ling Yunfei glared at him angrily. All right then. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and smiled. We'll go there. Come and find us when you're done. Sure. The two women thought for a moment and nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the Queen Ant and the Spider Emperor. Stay here and protect them in case anything happens. Although Luo Qingzhu was accompanied by the Kuan Peng, the Kuan Peng was only a 9-star combat emperor. The Queen Ant and the other two beasts were different. They were genuine 9-star combat emperors. If anything happened, they would be able to deal with it. No problem, leave it to us. The Queen Ant and the other two beasts laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why was this bastard laughing so wretchedly? Could it be that the beasts of the divine ruins were like men and were interested in human beauties? Let's go. It's okay if we don't see the water. Now that we see the water, we feel so uncomfortable. Ling Yunfei dragged Qin Feiyang along the lake and ran to the opposite side. Li Jian and the other two looked at each other and quickly chased after them. They also wanted to take a bath. After Qin Feiyang and the others left, the queen aunt glanced at Luo Qingzhu and the other two and smiled. Two beauties, it's our honor to be able to take a bath with you. Yes, yes. Come, come, come. I'll take off your clothes. The Spider Emperor also smiled. Their faces immediately darkened. Seeing that the situation was bad, the queen aunt quickly waved its claws and laughed. Look at how scared you are. We're just joking. We're not interested in human women. Get lost. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house shouted. The two beasts shrunk their necks and quickly turned around to run. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house snorted coldly, like master, like spirit pet. This sentence is indeed true. Luo Qingzhu covered her mouth and laughed. Sister, you seem to have a big prejudice against Qin Feiyang. It's not as if, it's the truth. You don't know how he has schemed against us all these years. If it weren't for some relationship, I would have destroyed him long ago. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was unhappy. Some relationship? Luo Qingzhu was stunned and asked curiously, what relationship? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house instinctively wanted to answer, but she suddenly became alert. She looked at Luo Qingzhu with flickering eyes. Sister, don't misunderstand. Luo Qingzhu quickly waved her hand. Misunderstand what? You're thinking too much. Let's go and wash up. Your body is so dirty. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled, took off her outer clothes, and slowly walked into the lake. Luo Qingzhu looked at the back of the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, and her clear eyes flashed. She also took off her muddy clothes and walked into the lake. Comfortable. The two girls found a good position and leaned side by side on a piece of bluestone. They closed their eyes and enjoyed it. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house suddenly asked, Sister Qingzhu, you like Qin Feiyang, right? She didn't open her eyes, as if she was just casually asking. Luo Qingzhu was slightly stunned, and immediately blushed. She said angrily, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? You know very well whether or not I'm talking nonsense. I just want to tell you that Qin Feiyang is a blockhead. If you don't take the initiative, I'm afraid he won't understand in this lifetime. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled faintly. Luo Qingzhu said, Sister, you don't understand. It's not that he can't understand, he's just avoiding it. Because he already has someone in his heart. Who? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house opened her eyes and looked at her suspiciously. Mermaid Princess. Luo Qingzhu said dejectedly. Mermaid Princess, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house muttered. I'm different from the Mermaid Princess. She's a person who dares to love and hate. If she likes someone, she will say it directly. As for me, Luo Qingzhu didn't continue. After a long silence, she took a deep breath and looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. She smiled and said, Perhaps this is fate. I don't know if it's fate or not. I only know that if I like something, I have to fight for it. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Fight for it, Luo Qingzhu muttered and asked, What about you, sister? After spending so much time with Qin Feiyang, have you ever had a good impression of him? Me? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned. She shook her head and smiled. I do have a good impression of him, but it's impossible for me to be with him for the rest of my life. Why? Luo Qingzhu was curious. You'll know in the future. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled mysteriously. Luo Qingzhu glanced at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and retracted her gaze. She looked at the calm lake and her eyes flickered. TSK, what should be perked up is perked up, what should be concave is concave. I didn't expect that there would be such a peerless beauty among the humans. Boss Qin is really lucky. The Ant Emperor hid behind a rock and stared at Luo Qingzhu, commenting. That's right. The Spider Emperor nodded, then glared at the Ant Emperor and said angrily, "It's all your fault for smiling so wretchedly. Otherwise, you would be able to take a bath with them right now. Before you talk about me, can you wipe the saliva off your mouth first?" The Ant Emperor looked down on him. The Spider Emperor smiled embarrassedly. On the other side, Qin Feiyang and his group weren't so refined. They directly jumped into the lake. The moment they were submerged by the lake water, they felt an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Following that, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei started to play in the water, having a lot of fun. They're really like children. They were young to begin with, but because they had to bear too much, they had no choice but to bury their innocence. Li Jian and Luo Qingzhu quietly soaked in the water and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. As for the Crocodile Emperor, after sending Qin Feiyang and the others here, it slipped away alone. No one knew where it went. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't care. Chapter 1463. After tossing and turning for a moment, Ling Yunfei found a rock and laid on it. Looking at the full moon in the night sky, he laughed. "I really miss the time when we were in Yang County." "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded and sat beside Ling Yunfei. His mind was filled with thoughts. After a while, Ling Yunfei suddenly got up, hooked his arm around Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and laughed evilly. "Do you really not have any thoughts about Sister Qingzhu?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "We all know what Sister Qingzhu is thinking. Of course. We also hope that you two can be together. After all, the two of you can be considered a perfect match." Ling Yunfei chuckled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't want to talk about feelings right now." "You don't want to talk about it, or you don't want to talk about it. Actually, we all know that you like the mermaid princess," Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei in surprise, and asked, "How do you know about the mermaid princess?" Back then, when Ling Yunfei and the others were killed, he had yet to meet the mermaid princess. "Other than what you did in the Forgotten Continent, what else do we not know?" Ling Yunfei said proudly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, "That's right, I like her. Right now, my heart can only hold her. But even if I like her, I will silently hide it in my heart, because I don't know when I will die." Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, "Life is short, we have to enjoy it while we can. What's the point of thinking so much? Aren't you just finding trouble for yourself? Maybe I'm different from you. In my opinion, when you are with a woman, you must give her a pure land and let her be happy for the rest of her life. But now, I don't even know what my future is like. How can I give her a pure land and happiness?" Qin Feiyang sighed. "You, after so many years, why are you still a blockhead? Don't you know what's going on?" Ling Yunfei glared at him in exasperation. "Isn't that good? At least I haven't hurt a woman yet." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "You're exaggerating. You haven't hurt other women, but what about Linyi?" Ling Yunfei teased. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "I told you a long time ago that I think of her as my younger sister. But she doesn't think so. In short, things like love are not as simple as you think. When you have time, learn more from me." Ling Yunfei patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said meaningfully. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you understand it very well?" Ling Yunfei chuckled and whispered into Qin Feiyang's ear. "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at him in amazement and couldn't recover for a long time. "What? I'm awesome, right?" Ling Yunfei patted his chest and said proudly. "You can even tame that tigress. Amazing." Qin Feiyang gave a thumbs up. "Of course. Let me tell you. In front of me, she is as docile as a kitten." Ling Yunfei was not modest at all. "Really?" Qin Feiyang looked doubtful. "You still don't believe it? Will I lie to you?" Ling Yunfei said discontentedly. "It's not that I don't believe it, but it's hard to believe. I know this woman too well. Even if she is a cat, she is a stray cat that is difficult to tame." Qin Feiyang said. "So what if she is a stray cat? She is tamed by me." Ling Yunfei smiled disdainfully. "When I find her, I really want to see how you tame her." Qin Feiyang said. "Just you wait and see," Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and asked, "When are you going to get married?" "Get married?" Ling Yunfei was stunned and said, "It's too far away to talk about this now." Qin Feiyang immediately frowned. "You don't just want to play, do you? I tell you, I won't allow it because I promised her grandfather that I would take good care of her. I knew you're a person who favors outsiders." Ling Yunfei snorted coldly. "You really think so?" Qin Feiyang said. "I'm kidding. No matter how bad I am, Ling Yunfei will not play with other people's feelings. Besides, I value this feeling very much. There is a reason why I don't get married," Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "What's the reason?" You're the boss and you're not married. How can I be shameless in front of you?" Ling Yunfei smiled slyly. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Ling Yunfei said angrily, "You don't believe me when I tell you the truth. What do you want? If you want to wait for me, I advise you not to because you can't afford to wait." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "It's okay. Anyway, I just want to get married. Just for a day." "That little kitten also agrees," Ling Yunfei said. "Up to you." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. "Boss Qin." Suddenly, Crocodile Emperor's voice came from the shore. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Crocodile Emperor standing on a rock by the shore, looking anxious. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked. Ling Yunfei and Li Jian also looked at it suspiciously. "Come with me quickly," Crocodile Emperor said and jumped into the forest. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other and quickly got up to the shore. They took out a set of clean clothes from their chenkuan bags and put them on before chasing after Crocodile Emperor. Ling Yunfei asked, "Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something wrong?" "Yes." Crocodile Emperor nodded and said in a deep voice, "I wanted to give boss a surprise, but I didn't expect someone to beat me to it." "What surprise?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously. "A black tree with hundreds of fruits on it. The fruits are also black. Guess what it is?" "With your knowledge, you should be able to guess," Crocodile Emperor said. "Black tree? Black fruit?" Qin Feiyang and the other three lowered their heads and pondered. Seeing that the four of them didn't speak, Crocodile Emperor said, "Let me give you another hint. The tree can emit an invisible energy that can sense the physique and talent of a living being. Invisible energy, it can change the physique and talent of a living being." Qin Feiyang was astonished, and he said, "You can't be talking about the Tree of Fortune, right?" "Yes. It is the Tree of Fortune." Crocodile Emperor nodded. "How is that possible?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Tree of Fortune. Ling Yunfei and the other two were also shocked. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and asked, "Are you sure that the Tree of Fortune has hundreds of fruits?" "Of course. I usually cultivate under the Tree of Fortune," Crocodile Emperor said. This, Qin Feiyang was shocked. He knew. When he got the Tree of Fortune from the Mu family, it had 30 fruits and that already surprised him. However, he didn't expect. There was actually a Tree of Fortune here with hundreds of fruits. "How big is this Tree of Fortune? How spectacular is it?" Ling Yunfei was dissatisfied. "Little crocodile, you're not honest. You have such a good treasure and you didn't tell us at first. I just wanted to give you a surprise." Crocodile Emperor felt wronged. "Did someone beat us to it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "A wolf," Crocodile Emperor said. "Wolf?" Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other, and the figure of Wolf King appeared in their minds at the same time. Ling Yunfei said, "Could it be that wolf cub?" "Wait, let me see." Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and carefully sensed through the slave seal. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out. "How is it?" Ling Yunfei asked. "It's really nearby. It seems that when we came here, it was also coming here," Qin Feiyang said happily. Ling Yunfei smiled evilly. "I haven't seen it for many years. I wonder how it will react when it sees me." "You know it." The Crocodile Emperor looked back at the two of them. Qin Feiyang smiled. "It's my best and most trusted partner." "I see." The Crocodile Emperor nodded. "Wait. That's not right." The wolf cub's strength is far inferior to yours. Why didn't you chase it away? Qin Feiyang asked. This is what I'm going to tell you next. At the Tree of Fortune, other than the wolf cub that you're talking about, there are 4 other humans hiding. These 4 humans aren't very strong. One of them is a 5-star combat emperor, and the other 3 are 2-star combat emperors. However, that 5-star combat emperor human gave me an extremely strong sense of danger, so I didn't dare to act rashly, so I ran back to find you. And those 4 people were sneaky. I felt that they wanted to harm the wolf cub. The crocodile emperor said. 4 humans. Qin Feiyang frowned. A mere 5-star combat emperor could make the 9-star combat emperor crocodile emperor feel threatened? Why didn't he know that there was such a terrifying person? Wait. There seemed to be such a person. Hurry up. Qin Feiyang urged. What did you think of? Ling Yunfei was surprised. I thought of a person. If it's really him, he will definitely kill the white-eyed wolf when I'm not around, Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Heard of it? Ling Yunfei's heart sank. The group increased their speed and passed through the forest in a short while. They stood on a small hill at the edge of the forest and looked ahead. What? It's so big. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were tongue-tied. Outside the forest, there was a vast plain overgrown with weeds. In the middle of the plain, there was a huge black tree. That was the Tree of Creation. That Tree of Creation couldn't be described as big. It was more than 100 feet tall. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even 50 to 60 people holding hands might not be able to go one round around the tree trunk. On the branches, black fruits of fortune were faintly discernible between the leaves, exuding a fatal temptation. Around the Tree of Creation, there was a clear stream that was 5 to 6 meters wide. The stream flowed like a giant python, meandering across the entire plain. How is it? I didn't lie to you. The crocodile emperor said proudly. Amazing. You're simply sitting on a huge treasure, Li Jian exclaimed. It's useless if you don't know alchemy. In the past, I used to eat the ripe fruits of creation as fruits. Although they don't look good, the taste is quite good. It's refreshing and delicious. The crocodile emperor said. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other. Eat as fruits. Does this guy know the value of the fruits of creation? If any one of them were to be taken out, it would cause a bloodbath. This was simply a waste of God's gift. Extravagant. Chapter 1464. Where's the wolf pup? Ling Yunfei asked. It's soaking there. The crocodile emperor pointed to the stream on the east side of the Tree of Creation. Qin Feiyang and the rest looked over. Indeed, they saw a wolf lying in the stream with its head sticking out. It looked relaxed and was even humming a tune. That's it. Qin Feiyang smiled. This bastard really knows how to enjoy himself. Ling Yunfei pursed his lips. However, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. The white-eyed wolf was still there. This meant that the 4 of them had not made a move yet. Qin Feiyang asked, where are the 4 of them hiding? Look over there. The crocodile emperor pointed to the southeast direction of the Tree of Creation. Qin Feiyang and the rest looked up. As the hillside was higher, their field of vision was wider. Very soon, they found 4 figures in a patch of grass. The grass was as tall as a person. The 4 of them stood there with their aura concealed. They looked at the Tree of Creation and the white-eyed wolf. The 4 of them were only half a mile away from the white-eyed wolf. The leader was a young man in purple. His stature was tall, and his appearance was dignified. There was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows. It's really him. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Who is he? The crocodile emperor was suspicious. Lu Xingchen. A very scary person. Fortunately, you didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. Ling Yunfei said. The crocodile emperor was dumbfounded. A mere 5-star combat emperor could make these guys so fearful? What kind of heavenly means does this person have? This isn't right. Why is he on the 1st level? Logically speaking, he should be on the 2nd level. Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen's soul now belonged to Mu Tianyang. In his sea of consciousness, he had already condensed his divine consciousness. Although his cultivation was only at the level of a combat emperor, his divine consciousness had already surpassed the level of a combat emperor. But why was he still here? Could it be that the power of law in the divine ruins only recognized cultivation and not divine sense? Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about why he's here. Let's go and meet up with the wolf pups, lest he tries to harm them. There's no rush. I'd like to see what he's up to," Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flickering. Another moment passed. Lu Xingchen finally made his move. Like a ghost in the night, he silently walked towards the white-eyed wolf. The other three followed closely behind him. These three people all had the appearance of burly men. Although their cultivations were not strong, their eyes were extremely cold, like pairs of eagle eyes, piercing one's heart. Acting so sneakily, he must be trying to sneak up on the wolf pup. Ling Yunfei snorted coldly. Crocodile Emperor said, "Should we remind it?" "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the white-eyed wolf from afar. No one knew this guy better than him. In addition to being alert, its nose was also very sharp. Perhaps it already knew that Lu Xingchen was hiding in the dark. "You're my little apple, no matter how much I love you, it's never too much," looking at the white-eyed wolf again. It was humming a tune while swinging its feet, splashing waves of water. It was as if it was sitting in the spring breeze, unaware of the approaching danger. At this moment, Lu Xingchen and the other three were only 200 or 300 feet away from the stream. For them, this distance was not even half a step away. "This wolf pup is too careless. We've already come here, but it didn't even notice." One of the burly men couldn't help but secretly ridicule. Which one of the people and beasts around Qin Feiyang isn't conceited? In their eyes, I'm the best in the world. Who dares to provoke me? The other two burly men also sneered. You'd better not have such thoughts. I know too well what kind of person Qin Feiyang is. People and ferocious beasts that can catch his eye and stay by his side all have an outstanding side. Lu Xingchen said lightly. The three men looked at each other. On the surface, they didn't dare to disobey, but in their hearts, they didn't care. If Qin Feiyang was powerful, they wouldn't dare to refute. Because this was something that everyone in the world had seen. But how many of the people and beasts around Qin Feiyang could be compared to this? "Do it." Lu Xingchen suddenly waved his hand. The three burly men were not surprised or hesitant. They immediately rushed toward the white-eyed wolf like a snake baring its fangs. "Hey!" It was also at this moment. The white-eyed wolf, who was humming a tune, suddenly grinned and revealed a ferocious look in its eyes. The next moment, it suddenly raised its head and stared at the three burly men. Under the moonlight, its eyes glowed with a strong green light. "A few small fries dare to come here and cause trouble. You're simply tired of living." It cackled, and like an ape, it suddenly leaped up and swung its sharp claws at Chu Li. The three burly men didn't expect that the white-eyed wolf had already noticed them. Caught off guard, their chests were torn apart by the white-eyed wolf's claws. Blood gushed out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After seriously injuring the three men, the white-eyed wolf returned to the stream, lying in the water and continuing to hum a tune. There was also a hint of playfulness in its eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The three burly men fell to the ground one after another. The sharp pain in their chests made them howl miserably. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen didn't hide anymore. He walked out and looked down at the three men. This is the price for underestimating it. Remember this lesson. Yes, yes, yes. The three men quickly got up, clutched their chests, and nodded repeatedly. Quickly heal your injuries, Lu Xingchen said, turned around, and walked to the stream. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled. Brother Wolf, you're so comfortable. The white-eyed wolf joked, are you trying to get close to me? If you say so. Lu Xingchen smiled. Ha ha, the white-eyed wolf laughed and said, do you know what you're doing? You're asking a weasel to pay a visit to a chicken. You're up to no good. It seems like you're the wolf. Lu Xingchen shook his head helplessly. You still know that I'm a wolf. Then why are you squatting over there? Do you think you can escape from my nose? The white-eyed wolf mocked. Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly, entered the stream, and lay down opposite the white-eyed wolf. He said with a look of enjoyment, "It's so comfortable. I really don't want to go anywhere and just stay here forever." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Hey, hey, hey, this is my territory now. Did you ask for my permission to take a bath here? Don't be so cold. At least we're on the same side now," Lu Xingchen said. "On the same side?" The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "Just say it. What do you want to do to me? I wouldn't dare. Besides, I can't bear to do anything to you. How about this? You follow me. I promise you'll get something unexpected," Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was stunned and cursed in his heart, "So this bastard is going to steal my woman. I'd be surprised if he didn't do that." Li Jian sneered in his heart. The white-eyed wolf's fighting soul was the nemesis of all fighting souls. With the white-eyed wolf by his side, it was equivalent to having an ultimate trump card. And Lu Xingchen, as the incarnation of Mu Tianyang, naturally understood this. It was just that before, the white-eyed wolf had been hiding in the castle in seclusion, so he couldn't find a chance. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf was also quite surprised. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "What did you say? Can you say it again?" Lu Xingchen said, "I said, if you follow me, I'll give you everything you want." "So I didn't hear wrong?" The white-eyed wolf muttered, then smiled playfully and said, "You're asking me to betray little Qin Zi. You're not his master and servant. How can this be called betrayal? Besides, there's a good saying, even if you can't do business, you can still be friends," Lu Xingchen said. The white-eyed wolf thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense. Then what are you going to use to bribe me? What do you want?" Lu Xingchen asked. "What do I want?" The white-eyed wolf was silent for a moment, then said with a sneaky smile, "I want the moon in the sky. Can you pluck it? Wolf cub, I advise you not to go too far. Our Lord has taken a liking to you because you've accumulated good karma in your past life. Don't take it for granted." The three burly men reprimanded him sternly. Lu Xingchen didn't stop them. Obviously, he was also somewhat dissatisfied with the white-eyed wolf's attitude. "Who are you people? Do you have the right to speak here?" The white-eyed wolf slowly raised his head and glanced at the three men. Looking at the white-eyed wolf's contemptuous gaze, the three men immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Their eyes flashed with a terrifying light. "Be careful, I'll gouge your eyeballs out if you keep staring." The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and suddenly stood up. His terrifying aura rushed toward the three men like a tide. The three men subconsciously took a few steps back, their faces full of fear. The white-eyed wolf disdained them and lay back in the water. He looked at Lu Xingchen and shook his head. "Aren't you tired of having to bring these trash around?" Lu Xingchen chuckled. "If you like, you can kill them at any time." When the three men heard this, their faces instantly turned pale. "Not interested," the white-eyed wolf said faintly. Hearing this, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they felt like they were on a roller coaster. They were extremely panicked. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed slightly and asked, "Then what are you interested in? A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. I'm interested in your space divine item. As long as you give it to me, I'll immediately agree to follow you. I'm even willing to be your spy and stay by Qin Feiyang's side to monitor him," the white-eyed wolf said. He said it very seriously. Although he didn't know what the white-eyed wolf was thinking, he couldn't find the slightest trace of falsehood on the surface. Sigh. However, when he heard this, Lu Xingchen let out a long sigh and a trace of regret appeared on his face. "What's wrong? Or are you going to make a move?" the white-eyed wolf said. "You're the one who forced me. To be honest, I really think highly of you. Unfortunately, you're too stubborn. You have to know that you're the only one here. It's easy for me to kill you with my means." Lu Xingchen sighed. "Is that so?" The white-eyed wolf looked at him with a smile. "Other than the war soul, what other means do you have?" Lu Xingchen asked back. His demeanor and tone also carried a hint of coldness. "Ha ha, ha ha," the white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm. Chapter 1465. Boom. All of a sudden, A strand of divine sense swept out from Lu Xingchen's head. Anything that threatens me, no matter what it is, I will wipe it out as soon as I have the chance. Lu Xingchen smiled coldly. His divine sense pierced through the sky, carrying with it a monstrous aura, and swept towards the white-eyed wolf's forehead. Damn! This is divine sense. The crocodile emperor was dumbfounded. No wonder this person gave it a great sense of crisis. It turned out that he was a false god. It seems that the rule power here only recognizes cultivation and not divine sense. Qin Feiyang muttered. Otherwise, Lu Xingchen would have been obliterated by the rule power. Mu Tianyang came here before, so he is very familiar with the rule power here. Since he dares to use divine sense, he must have a certain degree of confidence. But now, these are secondary. Hurry up and save the white-eyed wolf, Ling Yunfei said in a low voice. Facing Lu Xingchen's divine sense, the white-eyed wolf had no power to fight back. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, Crocodile Emperor, you go. Only the Crocodile Emperor could compete with Lu Xingchen now because it had armor to protect it. But just as the Crocodile Emperor was about to rush to the rescue, the white-eyed wolf suddenly laughed out loud. Lu Xingchen, you underestimate me. I know you are hiding nearby and I dare to continue to stay here. This means that I am not afraid of you at all. Little brother, do it. Following the white-eyed wolf's shout, Lu Xingchen, who was originally majestic, suddenly changed his expression and looked down into the water. Whoosh! In the water, a blood-red stream of light swept past. Immediately, a sharp pain came from his thigh. Following closely, the skin all over his body quickly turned black. His face and lips were the same. The next moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he lay prone in the water, screaming miserably. Just as the wisp of divine sense was about to enter the white-eyed wolf's glabella, it suddenly collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. What happened? The three men were dumbfounded on the spot. Qin Feiyang and the others were also dumbstruck, their faces filled with bewilderment. What did the white-eyed wolf do? He actually made Lu Xingchen scream so miserably. Go! Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and dashed toward the stream like lightning. Ling Yunfei, Li Jian, Zhu Zhang, and the Crocodile Emperor quickly followed. However, Ling Yunfei suddenly stopped. He rolled his eyes and chuckled. You guys go first. I'll give the wolf cub a surprise later. Meanwhile, the three burly men also came back to their senses and hurriedly grabbed Lu Xingchen and dragged him ashore. At this moment, Lu Xingchen's entire body was like a piece of charcoal and white foam was coming out of his mouth. This is a sign of being poisoned. The three men's expressions changed. Quick! Give me an antidote pill, Lu Xingchen roared. The three men quivered and quickly took out an antidote pill with 5 veins. They quickly stuffed it into Lu Xingchen's mouth. Swish! It was also at this moment Qin Feiyang and the others arrived. What? Qin Feiyang. The three burly men's expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear. Lu Xingchen's pupils shrank slightly. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others and snorted. Continue to hide. Why did you come out? Obviously. It had already smelled the scent of Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Li Jian glanced at Lu Xingchen and looked at the Wolf King curiously. How did you do it? You are. The white-eyed wolf looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, his name is Li Jian. This is Zhu Zheng. They used to be the confidants of the state preceptor. But now they are following me. I see. The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization. He turned to look at Lu Xingchen and shook his head. I don't know what happened. He suddenly became like this. Maybe he was bitten by a rabid dog before. Now he has rabies. Rabies. The corners of Qin Feiyang and the others' mouths twitched. No one would believe such words. Swish. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took a step forward and landed on the opposite shore. He raised his hand and waved. The three burly men died on the spot with a scream before they could react. But at the same time, Lu Xingchen suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Crocodile Emperor and Li Jian were both surprised. He has a space divine item. It's not that easy to kill him. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He landed in front of Wolf King and said, "Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us the truth." The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly and was about to speak. But at this time, Lu Xingchen appeared on the opposite shore again. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Xingchen. "Are you provoking me? How would I dare?" Lu Xingchen's condition did not improve much after he took the antidote. But with his willpower, standing and talking was not a problem. "Then why did you come out?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "I can't hide forever." Lu Xingchen laughed and asked, "Why are you here?" "You wish I wasn't here. But I'm sorry. I was already here before you made your move," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen said, "If I said I was just joking with Wolf King just now, would you believe me? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly. This time, he really went for wool and came home shorn. Puff. Suddenly, he tore open his pants and exposed his thigh. "What are you doing? Seducing us? You're disgusting. Unfortunately, we're not interested in a man's white legs." White-eyed Wolf laughed, his eyes full of ridicule. Lu Xingchen's veins were bulging. He pointed to a small red dot on his thigh and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Qin Feiyang and the others finally saw the small red dot. It was located on the outside of Lu Xingchen's thigh. It was only the size of a rice grain and was bleeding at the moment. But the blood was actually black. And it had a stench. Why does it look familiar? Crocodile Emperor looked at the small red dot and was puzzled. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something. It looked down at the stream and snorted, "Poisonous scorpion, you're the one behind this." Poisonous scorpion? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Whoosh. Not long after Crocodile Emperor finished speaking, a blood-red light suddenly swept out from the water and landed beside White-Eyed Wolf. It was a scorpion. It was small in size and its whole body was blood-red. It had no aura at all, just like a ghost. "It's really you." Crocodile Emperor snorted. Scorpion looked at Crocodile Emperor and sneered, "It's not good to be so cold when meeting an old friend. You're just a loser. How dare you be my friend?" Crocodile Emperor was disdainful. This sentence seemed to have touched Scorpion's scar. Boom. A terrifying evil aura erupted. Its body also expanded. In an instant, a giant scorpion that was more than 100 feet tall appeared in everyone's sight. Its aura had reached the peak of 9-star combat emperor, spirit demon scorpion. Qin Feiyang was shocked. "I see." Lu Xingchen also came to a realization. Not many people had seen the spirit demon scorpion, but many knew its name. Because it was the same as the spirit snake, spirit demon spider, and spirit blood ant. It was a terrifying existence. It was born without aura. And the most terrifying thing about the spirit demon scorpion was its venom. Its venom was even more terrifying than the bloodthirsty scorpions. The spirit demon scorpion stared angrily at Crocodile Emperor and roared, "Take off your armor if you dare. Let's fight and see who's the loser." "Are you stupid? You have a divine artifact but you don't use it. Just for show." Crocodile Emperor looked at it in disdain as if it was looking at an idiot. "You bastard." The spirit demon scorpion roared again and again, shaking the world. Suddenly, it turned to look at Lu Xingchen and laughed, "I heard from Boss Wolf that you're very powerful. Come, if you have the guts to fight with this emperor." Obviously, it wanted to use Lu Xingchen as a punching bag. Lu Xingchen's eyes turned cold, and a hint of hostility rose between his eyebrows. "You're not going to make a move? Then this emperor will force you to make a move." The spirit demon scorpion raised its huge tail and slammed it towards Lu Xingchen. "It's a small world. I'll let you see my strength in the future." Lu Xingchen smiled coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Don't forget what you promised me." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air again. "Trash. Ant. Trash." The spirit demon scorpion roared again and again. The greatest pain in the world was having nowhere to vent your anger. This emperor, it's the spirit demon scorpion's emperor? Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit demon scorpion in surprise. Yes. The spirit demon scorpion's territory is not far from here. This guy is the same as the ant emperor and the spider emperor. They have long wanted this water source. But the three of them are trash. Every time they see this emperor, they can only run for their lives. The crocodile emperor sneered. When the scorpion emperor heard this, it became even angrier and roared, "If not for the armor, you would have been cut into pieces by us. What are you still so arrogant for?" Another hot-tempered one. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. "Who are you talking about? Are you looking for death?" The scorpion emperor was furious when it heard this. It raised its huge tail and slammed it towards Qin Feiyang. Ah! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Li Jian and the crocodile emperor were also stunned. It actually dared to attack Qin Feiyang? Zhu Zheng moved closer to the white-eyed wolf and whispered, "Brother Wolf, didn't you tell it about the young master's strength?" "Yes. But it won't believe it if it doesn't experience it for itself." The white-eyed wolf laughed. At that moment, the crocodile emperor and Li Jian looked at the scorpion emperor gloatingly. Seeing that the scorpion emperor had no intention of stopping, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom! He raised his hand and waved it violently. Golden light burst out from his palm and he slapped the scorpion emperor's huge tail. Return formula. Roar. Immediately, the scorpion emperor let out a miserable howl. Its huge tail was torn open and its huge body was directly blasted away. With a bang, it landed on the plains a few miles away. A deep crater immediately appeared. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and quickly rushed in front of the scorpion emperor. He stepped on its head and said coldly, "I can understand that you want to vent your anger, but you've found the wrong target." What a powerful move. The scorpion emperor trembled both physically and mentally. The white-eyed wolf rushed over and looked at the scorpion emperor mockingly. "How about it, little brother? Are you convinced now?" I'm convinced. Chapter 1466. He defeated it with just one move. In the face of such terrifying strength, would it dare to be unconvinced? The white-eyed wolf smiled mockingly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "All right, it wasn't easy to get such a little brother. Don't cripple it." Qin Feiyang released his foot and the Scorpion King immediately got up. Its body quickly shrank and hid behind the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang glanced at it and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He asked curiously, "How did you subdue it?" "4 words. Subdue others with virtue." The white-eyed wolf laughed. TSK. Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. This guy also knew how to subdue others with virtue. Don't be funny. He didn't know what despicable means he used. However, with the white-eyed wolf's current cultivation, it was enough to subdue the Scorpion King, who was at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. No matter what means he used, it was enough to prove his ability. Little Qin Zi, the white-eyed wolf suddenly seemed to want to say something. Qin Feiyang made a silent gesture and turned to look at the place where Lu Xingchen disappeared. He said telepathically, "From now on, no matter what you say, don't say it out loud. Communicate in secret." Everyone nodded and understood. Qin Feiyang walked towards the tree of creation and asked, "What did you want to say just now?" The white-eyed wolf thought, seeing that I was alone, he wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of me. This Lu Xingchen is indeed up to no good. You have to be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the crocodile emperor and asked suspiciously, "What's up with it?" "It has also been subdued by me." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Ah." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and laughed. "Amazing, with this guy's help and the Scorpion King, even if we face Lu Xingchen in the future, we are confident. I can't be careless. Previously, he suffered at your hands because he didn't know about the existence of the Scorpion Emperor. Now that he knows, he won't be so easy to deal with." Qin Feiyang thought. "Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I will beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy." The white-eyed wolf snickered. The group quickly walked to the tree of creation. Looking at those fruits of fortune, Qin Feiyang's breathing quickened as he muttered under his breath, "Li Jian, Zhu Zheng, quickly count how many there are." "Yes." The two of them nodded. The white-eyed wolf said, "Stop counting. I've already counted them. There's a total of 290 pieces. So many." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. For now, the Great Creation Pill did not lack any of the other medicinal ingredients. The only thing missing was the creation fruit. Of course, the most valuable thing was not the 290 fruits of fortune, but the tree of fortune. But now there was a problem. This tree of creation was too thick and tall. The ancient castle could not contain it at all. "I'm beginning to regret that I didn't bring Guta in." Qin Feiyang sighed. If he couldn't take this tree of creation away, Lu Xingchen would definitely benefit in the end. "Go to hell, wolf cub." All of a sudden, a cold shout suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. The next moment, a figure, like a ghost, rushed out of the grass on the other side of the stream and went straight to the white-eyed wolf. Who else could it be but Ling Yunfei? "Wolf cub." The white-eyed wolf was stunned for a moment, then he was furious and shouted, "Damn it, you're courting death." He suddenly turned around with a cold light in his eyes. However, when he saw Ling Yunfei's face, his body suddenly stiffened and his eyes were full of surprise. How could this be? Was it an illusion? "Little Qin, quick, quick, quick. Take a look. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did I mistake you for someone else?" He stared at Ling Yunfei and pulled Qin Feiyang's clothes hard. He was a little incoherent. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Swish. Ling Yunfei rushed over aggressively, but when he landed in front of the white-eyed wolf, his face was full of smiles. He opened his arms, and before the ingrate could react, he hugged the ingrate and said, "Wolf cub, long time no see. Did you miss me?" This, the white-eyed wolf stammered, completely at a loss. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "You're not mistaken, and you're not dreaming. His Ling Yunfei." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. When it came back to its senses, it pushed Ling Yunfei away forcefully and carefully looked at him from head to toe. "What are you looking at? Do you think I've become more handsome after so many years?" Ling Yunfei touched his chin with a narcissistic look. The white-eyed wolf ignored him and looked at Qin Feiyang, scratching its head and asking, "Why aren't you surprised at all?" Qin Feiyang said, "I already knew." "Of course, I'm not surprised. When did you know?" The white-eyed wolf asked again. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. "Bastard. You've been lying to us for so long." Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf suddenly raised its paw and slammed it on Ling Yunfei's chest. Ling Yunfei covered his chest and said sadly, "You're too cruel. Do you want to kill me? I'm going to kill you today." The ingrate immediately stood up and pounced towards Ling Yunfei, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. In the end, he gave Ling Yunfei a bear hug and said emotionally, "My brother, welcome back." "Brother, thank you," Ling Yunfei said in a choked voice. The word brother made his eyes brim with tears. Although so many years had passed, everyone's feelings for him were still the same, and there was no change at all. There was a saying that time could change everything, but it could not change brotherhood. A brother for a day, a lifetime of friendship. At this moment, under Qin Feiyang's instructions, Li Jian and Zhu Zheng climbed up the tree and picked the fruit of fortune. Soon, the two came down with a heaven-earth bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. "We've really hit the jackpot this time." Qin Feiyang took the heaven-earth bag and was overjoyed. The crocodile emperor suddenly said, "There were originally 300 fruits of fortune here." 300? What about the other 10? Don't tell me that you ate them as fruits again. Qin Feiyang said. The crocodile emperor chuckled. Its meaning was self-evident. "You." Qin Feiyang looked at it helplessly. He really did not know what to say. Li Jian and Zhu Zheng were also speechless. Zhu Zheng asked telepathically, "By the way, young master, what should we do with the tree of fortune? We can't just leave it here and let Lu Xingchen take advantage of it." "I'm thinking about that too." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Let me keep it for now. I'll give it to you when we leave the divine site." At this moment, Ling Yunfei let go of the white-eyed wolf and looked at Qin Feiyang. "You?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Ling Yunfei suspiciously and asked, "How are you going to keep it?" "Heh." Ling Yunfei grinned and waved his hand gently. A palm-sized black ancient castle appeared. Qin Feiyang looked at the ancient castle in surprise. The appearance of the ancient castle was exactly the same as the one in his hand. This is also a space divine item. Ling Yunfei said proudly. Space divine item. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He thought to himself, are there two ancient castles? No, no, no. Ling Yunfei quickly waved his hand and said telepathically, this is an imitation of the ancient castle in your hand. Imitation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Although it's not as good as your ancient castle in some aspects, the space inside is much bigger than yours. Let me show you. Ling Yunfei waved his hand. Qin Feiyang and the others immediately felt a mysterious force shrouding them. The next moment, they appeared in an unfamiliar place. This was a vast expanse of land, and one couldn't see the end of it. However, there was nothing on the land except for mountains and trees. It was dead silent. How is it? Ling Yunfei looked at them proudly. White-eyed Wolf looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, are you sure it's Uncle Yuan and an imitation? Of course. Ling Yunfei nodded. This old man is amazing. He can even refine a space divine item. White-eyed Wolf was amazed. Li Jian, Zhu Zhang, Crocodile Emperor, and Scorpion Emperor were also shocked. Ling Yunfei said, I can only say that Uncle Yuan's power is far beyond your imagination. When Qin Feiyang and the ingrate heard this, they couldn't help but be fascinated. Look around. I'll bring the tree of creation in. Ling Yunfei said and disappeared. White-eyed Wolf scanned the space in front of him and said, Little Qin Zi, where do you think this old man came from? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shrugged. As his cultivation became stronger, he felt that he could not see through Uncle Yuan. Crocodile Emperor said, Big brother Qin, you've mentioned Uncle Yuan more than once. Who is he to you? Family. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Crocodile Emperor nodded in realization. With such a terrifying family member, it was no wonder that this guy's means were so amazing. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the mountain stream below. Everyone looked down and saw Ling Yunfei carrying the tree of creation in a valley. Didn't you say that Sister Qingzhu is here too? Where is she now? White-eyed Wolf suddenly asked. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, she's taking a bath at the lake. Little Qin, tell me the truth. Did any sparks of love appear between old lovers when they met? White-eyed Wolf said with a sinister smile. Crocodile Emperor also laughed sinisterly, looking extremely wretched. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Others may not know about my relationship with her, but don't you know? It's because I know. That's why I said that. Boy, don't pretend. It's your blessing to be able to marry our sister Qingzhu. White-eyed Wolf snorted. Qin Feiyang's veins on his forehead bulged. White-eyed Wolf waved his paws and said, okay. I won't say any more. Anyway, hurry up. Hurry up what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wolf King rolled his eyes and said, nonsense. Of course, hurry up and find a wife and give birth to a fat boy so that I can enjoy being a godfather. Qin Feiyang could not help but clench his fists. Big brother Qin, I also want a godson. As long as you give birth to a fat boy, I'll immediately give this armor to him as a gift. Believe me. I'm serious. Crocodile Emperor patted his chest and said. White-eyed Wolf was stunned and looked at Crocodile Emperor sneakily. Little crocodile, not bad. I realize that I'm starting to like you. Wait. You guys are a little biased. Why must it be a fat boy? Isn't a daughter good? Crocodile Emperor said unhappily. A daughter is naturally the best. She'll be the apple of our eye in the future. White-eyed Wolf said. Yes. Crocodile Emperor nodded. Get lost. Chapter 1467. What a bunch of idiots. The duo shook their heads. But then again, if Qin Feiyang really gave birth to a child, that child would be loved by everyone. How many people would be envious? Swoosh. Just as the duo was imagining things, Qin Feiyang suddenly turned to look at them. Young master, we didn't say anything. The two of them quivered. They immediately retreated a few steps and cautiously avoided Qin Feiyang. I'm telling you, don't learn from them. I don't expect anything else. I just hope that there are a few normal people around me. Qin Feiyang said with a dark face. Don't worry, we won't. The duo quickly waved their hands. Swoosh. Ling Yunfei had also finished planting the tree of creation. He looked at the pitiful Wolf King and the other two beasts, flew into the sky, and looked at Qin Feiyang. This is your fault. They are also worried about you. No need. Qin Feiyang said with a dark face. You're really stubborn. Ling Yunfei shook his head, moved closer to Qin Feiyang, and whispered, to be honest, I also want a godson. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and slapped him. Ling Yunfei laughed and retreated like lightning. Do you think I'm stupid like those three? Lil Ling, who are you calling stupid? I dare you to say it again. Wolf King and the other two beasts flew through the air, staring at Ling Yunfei angrily. Ling Yunfei was stunned. He looked at Crocodile King and Scorpion King. Aren't you old rivals? There are no eternal friends in this world, and no eternal enemies. Scorpion King snorted. Yes. Crocodile King nodded. Ling Yunfei was stunned. Wasn't this change a little too fast? People said that people's hearts were hard to predict. Now, it seemed that the hearts of these beasts were even harder to guess than those of humans. Qin Feiyang's head swelled as he looked at the man and the three beasts. He said, all right, get out of here. Ling Yunfei waved his hand, and everyone immediately appeared on the plains. What about Lu Xingchen? Li Jian asked. Qin Feiyang said, he's hiding in a spatial divine object, so we can't do anything about it. Let him be. It's a pity that we couldn't get rid of this threat. Ling Yunfei shook his head. He has been poisoned by this emperor. Even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. What are you all worried about? Scorpion Emperor said disdainfully. Ling Yunfei chuckled at it. Little brother, this Lu Xingchen is not as simple as you think. You will understand in the future. White-eyed Wolf patted Scorpion King's head meaningfully. The Scorpion King was a little confused. Let's not talk about it anymore. Go take a bath and find out what secrets are hidden in the water source. Ling Yunfei said as his eyes flashed. The group immediately went back the way they came and walked towards the lake. White-eyed Wolf followed beside Ling Yunfei and whispered, Little Ling Yunfei, you said that there are secrets hidden in the water source. Do you have any proof? Do I need proof? Look at the environment of the divine site. It's barren, but this place is an oasis. There must be something fishy about it, Ling Yunfei said. That's true. White-eyed Wolf nodded. Ling Yunfei glanced at Scorpion King and Crocodile King and said, they put aside their grudges so quickly and worked together. Are you behind it? What do you mean by behind it? Do you know how to talk? I'm building a harmonious society, understand? Wolf King rolled his eyes. TSK. Ling Yunfei raised his middle finger with a look of disdain, and said to himself, but I'm a little curious, how did you do it? Simple. I'll just tell them one thing. If they follow me in the future, I guarantee that they'll have a good life. White-eyed Wolf said proudly. Ling Yunfei was stunned. Damn. It was that simple. Could this be the so-called charm? But no matter how he looked at it, he didn't realize that this wolf cub had such great charm. Not long later, the group returned to the lake once again. At this moment, it was already late at night. The lake was silent. Where did you go just now? Suddenly, a pleasant voice entered everyone's ears. The group was stunned. They turned their heads and saw Luo Qingzhu and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, as well as the Kuanping and the Ant Emperor, walking out from the darkness. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was still wearing a veil. However, her graceful figure, wet long hair, sparkling skin, and faint body fragrance were filled with a fatal temptation. Luo Qingzhu was not inferior to her in the slightest. The mud on her body was washed clean, and her skin was as white as snow. She was wearing a long, snow-white dress, showing off her graceful figure. Her bright big eyes were like a pool of autumn water, her long eyelashes trembled, and her black hair draped over her shoulders. She was like a woman in a painting, giving people a kind of elegant and refined beauty. Sister Qingzhu, it's really you. The white-eyed wolf quickly shrank its body and jumped into Luo Qingzhu's arms, rubbing against Luo Qingzhu's chest with all its might. Ruffian wolf. Luo Qingzhu was also overjoyed as she hugged the white-eyed wolf. Damn. In broad daylight, in front of so many people, you actually dared to take advantage of a girl so unscrupulously. What a beast. The Scorpion Emperor, the Crocodile Emperor, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor looked at the white-eyed wolf who was rubbing against Luo Qingzhu's arms with all their might. The Scorpion Emperor suddenly noticed the two beasts. Scorpion Emperor. The two beasts also saw the Scorpion Emperor. 3 pairs of eyes, 6 eyeballs, stared at each other. What's going on? You're also a captive? The Ant Emperor and the two beasts came back to their senses and asked the Scorpion Emperor. The Scorpion Emperor said, I'm not a captive. I'm willing. What about you guys? What's going on? We're captives, but now we're willing. The Ant Emperor and the two beasts laughed. Haha, I didn't expect that there would be a day when we would fight side by side. The Scorpion Emperor laughed. Yeah. It's just like the old saying, the world is unpredictable. The Ant Emperor and the two beasts were also filled with emotions. TSK. Just 3 useless things. They're dispensable. The Crocodile Emperor said coldly. The Ant Emperor and the other two beasts glared at each other. You're not convinced. Come. The 3 of you come at me together. If you can even hurt a hair of mine, I'll consider it my loss. The Crocodile Emperor raised its head and looked down at them arrogantly. Don't be so smug. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. The 3 beasts snorted. I'm afraid you'll never have the chance. The Crocodile Emperor smiled disdainfully. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He turned to look at the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked, Why are you guys here? We heard fighting over there just now, so we're going to take a look. What's going on over there? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion asked. It's Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang said. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion raised her eyebrows and said, Why is he on the first floor? I was also puzzled at first. But in the end, I came to the conclusion that the rule force in the miracle should only recognize cultivation. Wait. Didn't your mother tell you about this before? Qin Feiyang said. Nothing like this has happened before. My mother doesn't know either. This Lu Xingchen is on the first floor. It's not a good thing for us. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was worried. Actually, it's nothing. Just now, he suffered a great loss in the hands of the white-eyed wolf and the Scorpion Emperor. The only thing that worries me is, what exactly is he planning? What does he want me to do for him? Qin Feiyang frowned. At the same time, on the plains, Lu Xingchen appeared out of thin air. At this moment, his complexion had returned to normal. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached their peak. This was enough to explain. He had already removed the Scorpion Emperor's poison. As soon as he appeared, he scanned his surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, he looked at the tree of good fortune and a sneer appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang, oh Qin Feiyang. You've been wandering for so long. Don't you know that the higher you climb, the more painful it is to fall? Tree of good fortune, it's mine. You'll never be able to take it away. He muttered to himself, and like a ghost, he silently flew in the direction of the lake. By the lake, everyone sat together, chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Time passed. The horizon began to brighten. Qin Feiyang retracted his smile, stood up and looked at everyone, and said, Let's stop reminiscing about the past, it's time to get down to business. Everyone also stood up, their expressions becoming serious. Scorpion Emperor, Ant Emperor, Spider Emperor, you guys go guard the surroundings of the lake. If there's any movement, inform us immediately. I suspect that Lu Xingchen might not have left. He might be hiding somewhere nearby. Qin Feiyang thought. Understood. The 3 beasts nodded. Their bodies quickly shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. They retracted their auras and disappeared into the grass like lightning. Qin Feiyang then looked at Wolf King and said, Your current cultivation is not enough. Don't worry about the outside world for the time being. Go to the castle and cultivate. That's exactly what I wanted. White-eyed Wolf chuckled. Actually, its mood was not as good as it looked on the surface. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, Li Jian, and the 4 beasts of the Scorpion Emperor were one thing, but Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu had already reached the 9-star War Emperor. Of course. It was happy for the 2 of them from the bottom of its heart, but at the same time, it couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Naturally, the thoughts of the white-eyed wolf could not be hidden from his eyes. He secretly comforted him, "Don't worry, with your talent, in time, you will be stronger than everyone here." White-eyed Wolf was startled, and teased, "Does that include you? If you can surpass me, of course it's a good thing." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Not sincere at all. White-eyed Wolf coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. What he said was the truth, why didn't he believe it? With a wave of his hand, he sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. Then, he swept his gaze across the lake, his eyes flickering. Ling Yunfei asked, "You suspect that the trick is hidden in this lake?" "Yes. The lake is located in the center of this mountain range. This shouldn't be a coincidence." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Boss Qin, I've already searched this place many times and didn't find anything suspicious. Aren't you thinking too much?" Crocodile Emperor frowned. "Maybe you missed something?" Qin Feiyang looked down at it and said, "Impossible." Crocodile Emperor shook its head. "Regardless of whether there is anything below, we have to go down and look for it. Li Jian, Zhu Zheng, you guys go together. Ling Yunfei, Qingzhu, you guys go with Kuanpeng. Ruoxue, you come with me and Crocodile Emperor. Be careful. If you encounter danger, don't face it alone. Call for help in time. Let's go." Chapter 1468. The lake was very deep. But the lake water was as clear as a mirror. Under the guidance of the Crocodile Emperor, Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house continued to sink. The cool lake water made people happy. Not long after, 2 people and 1 beast sank to the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the lake, thick mud was piled up. Looking around, there were no creatures. If one was here alone, one would be afraid. Because it was too quiet. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand. Qin Feiyang scanned the surroundings and transmitted his voice, "Let's start searching." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. But the Crocodile Emperor was careless along the way. Time passed by slowly. The Crocodile Emperor began to get impatient. It looked at Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and said, "Brothers and sisters, I have really searched below. I even dug 3 feet into the ground. I dare to guarantee with my life that there is nothing suspicious here." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If you don't want to, you can go up and wait for us." Okay. I will accompany you." The Crocodile Emperor was helpless. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house suddenly said, "Little Crocodile, I want to ask you a few questions." "What questions?" The Crocodile Emperor was suspicious. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "Where did the water in this lake come from?" "Nonsense. Of course, it accumulated when it rained." The Crocodile Emperor said. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "Then let me ask you again. Has the water in this lake ever dried up?" The Crocodile Emperor thought for a moment and shook its head, "No. No." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house frowned. She was quite surprised. "What's wrong?" The Crocodile Emperor looked at her, puzzled. "I heard from the Ant Emperor that it rarely rains here, right?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house did not answer but asked instead. "Yes. It is common for it to rain once every few years or even decades." The Crocodile Emperor nodded. "That's right." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, her eyes shining. "What is right? My dear sister, can you make it clear once and for all? You are making me very uncomfortable." The Crocodile Emperor was a little annoyed. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house glanced at it and smiled. "It only rains once. Even if the temperature here is good, there will be signs of evaporation." "What do you mean?" The crocodile emperor still did not understand. Qin Feiyang began to ponder. Traces of evaporation. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house and the crocodile emperor and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go to the shore and take a look." "There's no need to look. I've already observed it. On the shore of the lake, there are no other traces of water other than the water at the current level." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. "You mean?" Qin Feiyang was bewildered. "That's right." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix pavilion nodded. "Wait. Can you say something I can understand? If you continue like this, I'm going to get angry." Emperor Crocodile roared. Why did he sound like he was speaking in riddles? The young lady of Longfeng House glanced at the crocodile emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You explain to it." After saying that, he turned around and continued his search. "Speak." The crocodile emperor looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He said telepathically, "No matter where the water is, no matter what the weather is like, will it evaporate over time?" "Yes." The crocodile emperor said. "After evaporation, will the water level decrease?" Qin Feiyang asked again. "That's right." The crocodile emperor nodded. "Isn't that right? The water in this lake will also evaporate, and the water level will also decrease. After the water level decreases, there will definitely be traces of water left on the soil or rocks by the shore." But Ruoxue just said that she did not find any other traces of water on the shore. What does this mean? It means that the water here has not evaporated. Is this phenomenon reasonable? Qin Feiyang asked. "It's not reasonable," the crocodile emperor said without thinking. But as soon as it finished speaking, it was stunned. I understand. You mean that the water here is not ordinary water. Even if the sun shines, it will not evaporate. Is that right?" The crocodile emperor looked at the two of them. The Miss of Longfeng House's face twitched. She shook her head and said, "This child is unteachable." Qin Feiyang was also helpless. "Is it wrong?" The crocodile emperor was suspicious. "Of course it's wrong. Now we are in the water. Look at the water here and ordinary water. What's the difference?" Qin Feiyang said. The crocodile emperor glanced around the lake and shook its head. "I don't seem to find anything different." "Nonsense. This is just ordinary water. What can you find?" "What we mean is that the water here is indeed evaporating. But at the same time, there is water flowing into the lake. In other words, whether it is wind or rain, or something else, the water in this lake has always been at the same level. And this is the reason why we are looking for it. As long as we understand this, the phenomenon of this mountain range will naturally be clear." Qin Feiyang said. "So that's how it is." The crocodile emperor finally understood. It looked at the two of them and said unhappily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you make me spend so much effort to figure it out? So troublesome." Qin Feiyang and the miss looked at each other helplessly. This was a typical example of being all brawn and no brains. However, although they found something unusual, Qin Feiyang did not find anything in the lake after an entire day of searching and even digging 3 feet into the ground like the crocodile emperor said. Not only Qin Feiyang, but Ling Yunfei and the rest also came up empty-handed. Time flew by and night fell. Everyone returned to the shore one after another with their brows tightly knitted together. Similarly, there were 10 suns. The other places were dry and cracked. Not a single blade of grass grew. Only this place was full of vitality. It was obviously impossible to say that there was nothing wrong with this place. But where was the root of the problem? Qin Feiyang looked up and scanned the lake. He looked rather irritated. The night was getting darker. Wisps of cool wind blew past, making everyone feel comfortable. But the worry in everyone's heart grew thicker. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have noticed something. His gaze locked onto a certain spot on the right side of the lake with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Everyone noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality and looked over as well. At first glance, there was nothing wrong. The lush vegetation covered everything. But upon closer inspection, everyone slowly realized that there seemed to be a gap there. It looked like a river channel connected to the lake. The crocodile emperor also looked over and asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" "What is that?" Qin Feiyang asked. "That's the stream we saw around the tree of creation. The stream not only traverses the entire plain, but also the entire mountain range." The crocodile emperor said. "Traverses the entire mountain range." When Qin Feiyang heard this, his gaze trembled slightly. He asked, "Where is the source of this stream?" The miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said, "Feiyang, you mean this stream is the root of the problem?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Follow me." With that, he rushed towards the stream. Everyone looked at each other and quickly followed. Very soon, the group arrived at the stream. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The weeds and shrubs on both sides instantly turned into ashes. The full view of the stream immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Qin Feiyang scanned the water surface. After a long while, his eyes flashed and he said, "Observe the water surface carefully." Everyone scanned the water surface. The water surface was very calm. There was no flow at all. But upon closer inspection, one would realize the water in the stream was quietly converging into the lake. In other words, it was the water from the stream that flowed into the lake continuously, causing the water level of the lake to remain on a line. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix House's eyes gradually lit up. She asked, "Little crocodile, there is only one entrance to the stream. Does it connect to the lake?" "There's another one over there." The crocodile emperor pointed to the opposite bank where they were standing at the moment. "Let's go and take a look," Qin Feiyang said. Under the lead of the crocodile emperor, the group quickly came to the mouth of the stream. The mouth of the stream was also covered by lush weeds and shrubs. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to find. Just like before, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and quickly removed the weeds and shrubs. He carefully observed the water surface. The water surface here was also calm and without waves. But after careful observation, they found that the mouth of the stream was also pouring water into the lake. This undoubtedly confirmed Qin Feiyang's guess. Usually, streams like this that were connected to the lake at both ends would flow in and out at the same time. In other words, the water was circulating. But here, the two mouths of the stream were both pouring water into the lake. That meant that the stream had another source. And the water in the lake came from the source of the stream. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the crocodile emperor and asked, "Did you notice this detail before?" "Not really. I always thought that the stream and the lake were circulating." The crocodile emperor shook his head. "This is your carelessness, you know?" Qin Feiyang said. The crocodile emperor smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at everyone, and said, "Now we will split into two groups. Me, Rushuang, and the ant emperor will go together. Ling Yunfei, Li Jian, you will go with the crocodile emperor. We will follow the two mouths of the streams and keep searching. Remember, don't miss out on any details. We must find the source of the stream. I have a hunch that we may find a great treasure this time." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. His tone was filled with unconcealable excitement. He let the crocodile emperor and Ling Yunfei go together. On the one hand, the crocodile emperor had armor. If Lu Xingchen was really hiding in the dark and wanted to harm them, they would have the ability to fight back. On the other hand, Ling Yunfei also had a space treasure. If the crocodile emperor couldn't defeat Lu Xingchen, there was still a way out, which was to enter the space treasure. As for his team, with the ancient castle, everyone's safety could be guaranteed. "All right." Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at the jungle in the night. His eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "Then let's go." Immediately, the group of people split into two groups, cutting through the thorns and quickly disappeared into the mountains. "You guys go ahead and search. I will wait to reap the benefits." Not long after Qin Feiyang and the others disappeared, Lu Xingchen walked out from a dark place. He glanced at the two mouths of the streams and muttered to himself. Immediately. Chapter 1469. The stream meandered like a long dragon, crossing all parts of the mountain range. "I finally understand." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix House looked at the mountain range and smiled. Understand what? Qin Feiyang was curious. This stream is equivalent to the meridians of this mountain range. It nourishes this land, allowing the plants on this land to maintain their vitality. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said. That's what I think too. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Ant Emperor suddenly said, Boss Qin, there's a question I want to ask. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. The Ant Emperor said, if there really is a treasure at the source of the stream, how should we distribute it with so many of us? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He had never thought about this problem. Of course. You don't have to consider Li Jian and us. Anyway, we've already followed you. What's yours is ours. But this Miss Ruoxue beside you, as well as Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu, even though they have a good relationship with you, you can't let them work for nothing, the Ant Emperor said. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was stunned. She turned to look at the Ant Emperor and smiled. I suddenly realized that you're so cute. Is that so? Then let me rub it. The Ant Emperor smiled. Rub what? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House was puzzled. But she suddenly realized that the Ant Emperor's gaze was very dishonest and was staring at a certain part of her body. Bastard, you're looking for a beating. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House flew into a rage out of humiliation. She knocked on the Ant Emperor's head, causing it to cry out in pain. Serves you right. The Spider Emperor and Scorpion Emperor were gloating at the side. The Ant Emperor snorted coldly, it's better than you guys. You have a perverted heart but no guts. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House stared at the three beasts and said coldly, if you say anything more, I'll cripple you. She was actually being teased by a few beasts. If this were to spread out, where would she put her face? The three beasts smiled embarrassedly and immediately became obedient. However, the Ant Emperor's words reminded Qin Feiyang. He really had to think about this matter carefully. Let's not talk about Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu. After all, they were on the same side. However, the young lady of Longfeng House was an outsider. Along the way, she had been constantly giving advice and suggestions. Furthermore, he had contributed quite a bit. If he didn't share some with her, it wouldn't be right. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's young lady muttered to herself for a while before smiling. Actually, you don't have to consider me. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. What did that mean? I didn't enter the divine ruin hoping to obtain many treasures. I just came to see the world and gain some experience. Moreover, although there are divine arts and divine weapons on the first level, they are limited. It's far inferior to the second floor. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House smiled. His meaning was clear. Her mother and teacher would help her find more divine items on the second level. As for the items on the first floor, it was up to him to decide if he wanted them or not. Qin Feiyang forced a smile and said, how can I accept that? I'm fine. As long as it's useful to you, you can take it without worry. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House smiled. But hearing this, Qin Feiyang wasn't happy at all. Instead, he frowned. What's wrong? Are you suspecting that I have ulterior motives? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House said. No. I just can't figure out why you two are suddenly so good to me. I'm not used to it now. Qin Feiyang said. You say it when I'm good to you, but you also say it when I'm not good to you. How pretentious. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang rubbed the back of his head, smiled awkwardly, and nodded. All right, I won't be pretentious in the future. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House shook her head and laughed. Although the two of them were talking, their footsteps never stopped. Soon, they once again arrived at the plain where the Tree of Creation was. But this was not the source of the stream. They searched all the way down, leaving the plain and entering the mountains. Time passed quietly. Midnight. The two of them followed the stream and stepped into a valley. The widest part of the valley was 5 to 6 meters, and the narrowest part was only enough for 2 or 3 people to pass through. It was like a winding path. On both sides, the mountains were steep and filled with weeds and shrubs. Qin Feiyang and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House waded through the stream and advanced side by side. The Ant Emperor and the other two beasts stayed obediently on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. The Spider Emperor suddenly said, "Have you noticed that the temperature here is getting lower and lower? In such a deep valley, the temperature is naturally lower than outside. What's so strange about it?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. "That's true." The Spider Emperor thought for a moment and nodded. Not long later, the road ahead suddenly became very narrow. It was about half a meter wide, only enough for one person to pass through. And the water here was getting deeper and deeper. It seemed to be a low-lying area. "I'll walk in front." Qin Feiyang reached out and stopped the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house. He walked in front and vigilantly paid attention to the movements in the water. Although the Crocodile Emperor had said that there were no other creatures here, it was never wrong to be careful. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned. She shook her head and muttered, "This little guy is quite concerned about others." She followed him with light steps. As the two of them walked, the stream water splashed. And this narrow road was also very long. The two of them walked for less than an hour, but they still couldn't see the end. The mountains on both sides were getting steeper and steeper. The temperature was also getting lower and lower. If one looked down from above, this place was like a line of sky. After walking for a while, the two of them walked out of the narrow road. And the scenery that entered their line of sight caused the two of them to be somewhat stunned. There was a pool in front of them. It was very large. It was about 100 feet in diameter. It was circular. The pool was still in the valley. And on the other side, just like this one, was also a narrow road. Qin Feiyang walked ashore, observed the terrain for a while, and said, "This should be the hinterland of the valley." While Qin Feiyang was observing the terrain, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house was staring at the pool. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something as she looked at the streams on both sides of the pool. A trace of surprise appeared in her bright eyes as she said, "This is the end of the stream." Qin Feiyang was startled, and quickly scanned the water surface. As expected. Although the water surface was calm and there was almost no movement of the water, the withered grass and fallen leaves on the water surface were slowly moving towards the streams at both ends. This meant that the water was flowing. It was just that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. "We finally found it." The three beasts looked at the pool, their eyes filled with anticipation. Crash. Suddenly, the sound of waves could be heard. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over, only to see Ling Yunfei and the others walking over from the other side of the valley under the lead of the Crocodile Emperor. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two, the group of people also started to greet them from afar. "How is it? Did you find anything?" A moment later, the group came to Qin Feiyang's side and asked. "That's it." Qin Feiyang pointed to the pool in front of them. Everyone was immediately overjoyed as they looked down at the pool. "I've been here before," the Crocodile Emperor said. "What was the result?" Everyone looked at it. The Crocodile Emperor shook its head. Ling Yunfei raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't believe this. Let's go down and take a look." After saying that, he directly jumped into the pool, splashing waves. "Crocodile Emperor, you guys stay outside." Qin Feiyang instructed the Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts as he followed them into the pool. Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, and Li Jian also jumped into the pool after Qin Feiyang. The pool was like a well, straight down, unfathomable. The group of 7 quickly sank. While sinking, they were also carefully paying attention to the stone walls around the pool. The stone walls were covered with moss. The deeper they went, the lower the water temperature. About 100 breaths. The 7 of them finally sank to the bottom of the pool. However, looking around and at the bottom of the pool, they didn't find anything unusual. The bottom of the pool was piled up with pieces of rocks, but the surface was very flat, with some aquatic plants growing on it. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and calmly pondered. The source of the stream was equivalent to the source of the water. Since the source of the water was here, no matter what, there should be underground water constantly emerging from the bottom of the pool. Because only in this way could the water here continuously flow into the lake. Thinking of this, he glanced at the bottom of the pool again, then squatted down and reached out to touch the stones at the bottom of the pool. At that moment, he noticed a clue. On these stones, except for the aquatic plants, there was not much sediment. This was obviously not right. One had to know. Usually, no one would come to this pool. And this pool was very deep. The most important thing was that this pool had existed for many years. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of sediment at the bottom of the pool, such as mud. There was only one explanation for this situation. There was water constantly seeping from the bottom of the pool, washing away some of the sediment. There was one more point. He felt that the bottom of the pool was man-made. In other words, it was paved by people. Otherwise, these rocks could not be piled up so neatly. Come on, everyone help. Qin Feiyang's eyes became excited. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang said secretly, move these rocks away. Okay. Everyone nodded and worked together to forcibly remove the rocks one by one. But soon they found that there was a layer of rocks below. Continue. Qin Feiyang said. Moving away layer after layer, it felt as if there was no end. However, the group of people looked excited. Because as the layers of rocks continued to be removed, they could already sense obvious fluctuations. These fluctuations were the fluctuations from the underground water. And the temperature of the water was also dropping rapidly. Ling Yunfei said, "Is there an underground river below?" It shouldn't be. If there is an underground river, the movement of the water gushing out will not be so small. Qin Feiyang shook his head. After a while, Qin Feiyang and others had dug so deep that they did not know how deep they had been, but they still had not reached the end. But the water temperature had dropped to an extreme. Everyone felt as if they were soaking in an ice cellar, and their whole body was filled with a chill. This is too troublesome. Get out of the way, and I'll punch through it directly. Ling Yunfei gradually lost his patience and said angrily. Chapter 1470. Miss Longfeng nodded and said, "What Feiyang said makes sense. After all, we don't know what's down there. It's better to be careful." Luo Qingzhu glanced at Miss Longfeng, then looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "I've told you countless times not to be so anxious when something happens. Why can't you change? I was just saying it casually. Is there a need for all of you to attack me together?" Ling Yunfei's face was filled with grievance. However, he glanced at Miss Longfeng and Luo Qingzhu from the corner of his eyes. His gaze was somewhat intriguing. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, all right, hurry up and dig." Another moment passed. The rocks around them had almost piled up to the brim. Finally, wisps of white light shot out from the cracks in the rocks. "We've reached the end." Everyone was in high spirits. "You guys back off first. This place is probably empty. Don't step on it. I'll do it alone," Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yunfei and the rest immediately retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang carefully lifted one stone after another. The light became more and more dazzling. But that cold air also became more and more terrifying. The surrounding water seemed to be about to freeze. The group of people couldn't help but rub their hands. The temperature here was even colder than a world of ice and snow. Qin Feiyang raised his brows slightly. "Why don't we evaporate the water here first?" Zhu Zheng suggested. "Don't." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. To evaporate the water, one needed to use battle qi. The things at the bottom of the lake were still unknown. What if they were damaged by battle qi? Although the water temperature was extremely low, it was not a threat to the battle emperor. There was no need to take the risk. Qin Feiyang continued to move the rocks. Boom. Suddenly, the rocks under his feet all collapsed in an instant, revealing a 3 to 4 meter hole. Qin Feiyang also fell down. The expressions of Ling Yunfei and the rest changed. They hurriedly ran to the entrance of the cave and looked down. They immediately saw a stone room. That's right. It was a stone room. It was square. It was about 10 meters in diameter. The stone room was also filled with water. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing in the stone room, still in a state of shock. "Are you okay?" The Longfeng Pavilion's young miss asked with concern as she looked at Qin Feiyang. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang shook his head and began to look around the stone room. The water temperature here was even lower. The cold air was like a tide, crazily rushing into Qin Feiyang's body, causing his limbs to feel numb and stiff. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang fixed his eyes on the center of the stone chamber. Not only Qin Feiyang, but Ling Yunfei and the others also jumped down one after another. Looking at the center of the stone chamber, their eyes were filled with amazement. In the center of the stone room, there were 3 floating crystals. These 3 crystals were of the same size, only the size of an infant's fist. They had distinct edges and corners, like 3 crystals, sparkling and translucent, suffused with a hazy radiance. What is it? I've never seen it before. Li Jian asked in surprise. I've seen it. Qin Feiyang said word by word. Li Jian looked at Qin Feiyang, and realized that Qin Feiyang was clenching his fists tightly, his expression filled with excitement. What is it? Li Jian asked. Qin Feiyang said, sunflower water essence. That's right. It's the sunflower water essence. Treasures formed naturally by heaven and earth are even rarer than phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. But I never thought that there would be 3 of them here. Ling Yunfei said. Most importantly, it is a material used to refine 5 elements universe Dan. Qin Feiyang said. 5 elements universe Dan? What kind of pill is this? Li Jian and Zhu Zheng were surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and said, a pill that can allow the War King to break through a small realm in an instant. What? Their eyes trembled. One had to know. The War King was not a War King, but a War Emperor. There was a huge gap between each small realm in the War King. It was even more difficult to break through a small realm. Of course. Opening the door of potential was another matter. However, in this world, how many people could open the door of potential? Basically, it was a down-to-earth cultivation. Therefore, in their eyes, the 5 elements universe Dan was a divine pill. To the creatures of this world, especially those who had already broken through to the War King but had yet to step into the 9-star War King, it was a fatal temptation. Li Jian and Zhu Zheng instinctively reached out to grab the 3 sunflower water essence. Don't move. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei's expressions changed as they shouted in unison. What's wrong? The 2 of them quivered and immediately turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, according to the pill scripture, the sunflower water essence cannot be touched with your hands. Why? The 2 of them were startled and asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, once you touch it with your hands, it will immediately melt and turn into a pool of water. Then, it will no longer have any value. When the 2 of them heard this, they immediately retracted their arms and cried out. That was close. Li Jian said, then what do we have to do so that they won't melt? Jade artifact. And it must be a flawless jade. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a jade box appeared. In the mortal world, any piece of jade, as long as it was authentic, was enough for a family to live for a long time. A flawless jade was naturally more valuable. It was enough for a family to live a carefree life for the rest of their lives. However, for a Xiuzhi, especially one with Qin Feiyang's cultivation, the value of jade was not great. Similarly, in the eyes of cultivators, jade was not that precious. For example, Qin Feiyang's universe bag was filled with countless jade artifacts, and they were basically all precious jade. At this moment, the jade box he took out was completely dark green and bright. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. Go. Qin Feiyang handed the jade box to Li Jian. Li Jian nodded, grabbed the jade box and walked over. He carefully put the 3 pieces of Kuei water essence into the jade box, then closed the lid, turned to Qin Feiyang, and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Thank you. Just as Qin Feiyang reached out to take it, a laugh suddenly rang out. Following closely, a figure appeared out of thin air, took the jade box, and quickly retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They quickly turned their heads to look, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. This person who suddenly appeared, who else could it be but Lu Xingchen? Qin Feiyang said angrily, why are you here? I clearly let the Crocodile Emperor and the others guard outside. Lu Xingchen opened the jade box, glanced at the 3 pieces of Kuei water essence, then closed the lid again, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and laughed. You are too naive. With just these 4 small fries, how can they stop me? Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice, but we really didn't hear any sounds of fighting above. I didn't fight with them at all. Even now, they don't know that I'm here. Lu Xingchen laughed. How did you do it? Qin Feiyang said. It's very simple. I followed you all the way. But I didn't go inside the valley, but above it. When I saw you enter the pool and didn't appear for a long time, I guessed that you might have found something. So, I used the Space Divine item to sneak in here. Lu Xingchen said. Your Space Divine item can fly. Qin Feiyang frowned. No. But you also know that once a person enters the Space Divine item, the Space Divine item will be exposed outside. And because of the rule power here, the exposed Space Divine item can't float in the void and will take the initiative to sink. So, as long as I find the right place to jump down from above the valley and enter the Space Divine item, the exposed Space Divine item will naturally sink directly into the pool. Lu Xingchen laughed. Amazing. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. You flatter me. I learned it from you. However, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found these 3 pieces of Kuei water essence. Lu Xingchen laughed. Do you think you can take away the Kuei water essence when it's in your hands? Ling Yunfei smiled coldly. Before he could finish his sentence, a group of people immediately surrounded Lu Xingchen without a word. Lu Xingchen glanced at the group of people, looked at Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu, and said with a smile, although I haven't seen you in the spiritual state before, I've heard of your names. What do you want to say? Ling Yunfei said. Lu Xingchen asked curiously, I want to know why you didn't die. Moreover, in these few short years, his cultivation has actually surpassed mine and brother Qin's. This is too outrageous. Ling Yunfei said, I'll tell you when you're about to die. Die? You don't think that just because I fell in your hands once, you can really compete with me, Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen raised the corner of his mouth, his face full of contempt. Whether you can or not, you'll know after you try. Do it. Ling Yunfei suddenly shouted coldly. Except for Qin Feiyang, everyone's aura burst out. The pool instantly turned into ashes. The entire valley was also collapsing and shaking. What's going on? The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts were shocked. In my eyes, you're not even as good as ants. Lu Xingchen glanced at Ling Yunfei and the others. A wisp of divine consciousness emerged, and divine power rolled in all directions. The mountains and valleys above directly collapsed. The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts were directly buried below. Bastard! What the hell is going on? The 4 beasts roared and revealed their true forms, their ferocious auras overflowing. Ah! At the next moment, accompanied by a few screams, Ling Yunfei and the others flew out from the ground. But they didn't fly out by themselves. They were blasted out. Their bodies were dripping with blood, and their faces were pale. The Ant Emperor hurriedly jumped up and caught them with his back. He asked in surprise, How did you get injured? What exactly happened down there? It's Lu Xingchen. What a powerful divine consciousness. With our current strength, we can't stop it at all. The 6 of them were horrified. When the Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts were buried, Lu Xingchen also attacked them. In just the blink of an eye, they were seriously injured. Lu Xingchen. Why is he here? Where's the boss? The Ant Emperor shouted. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a deafening sound came from the ground, and the ground in front of them cracked. Lu Xingchen rushed up with a wisp of divine consciousness. How dare you appear in front of me, you're courting death. The Scorpion Emperor raised his huge tail and spat out a large amount of venom, rushing toward Lu Xingchen like a waterfall. You're the one courting death. When we were on the plains, I seem to have said that I would let you see my strength. Chapter 1471. That divine sense was like a divine arrow with a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. The Scorpion King's venom had no power to fight back and was instantly annihilated. Immediately after, it was unknown if Lu Xingchen intended to take revenge, but his divine sense directly blasted towards the Scorpion King's huge tail. Ah! With a scream, The Scorpion King's huge tail was instantly shattered and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. This is the price for sneaking an attack on me. Lu Xingchen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His divine sense turned in the air and swept towards the Scorpion King's forehead like lightning. Crocodile Emperor. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house shouted. Roar. The Crocodile Emperor roared and quickly rushed over, using its body to block the divine sense for the Scorpion King. Boom. The divine sense blasted onto the Crocodile Emperor. Although the Crocodile Emperor had armor to protect its body, it was still sent flying. The armor was not damaged. After all, it was a divine artifact. But under the armor, it was a bloody mess. The Scorpion King was naturally not spared and was sent flying by the Crocodile Emperor. The two beasts were like meteorites, smashing through one mountain after another and finally smashing into a mountain ridge. The mountain ridge instantly collapsed. The two beasts were buried, their life and death unknown. Is this his true strength? No wonder even Boss Qin is so afraid of this person. The Ant Emperor and the Miss were both shocked. Even the Crocodile Emperor, who was wearing armor, could not block a strand of his divine sense, let alone them. Run! The Spider Emperor shouted. Run! What about Boss Qin? Don't you care about him? The Ant Emperor said angrily. The Spider Emperor roared, he hasn't appeared yet. He must be dead. Run, where there's life, there's hope. The Ant Emperor gritted its teeth and immediately fled with the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house and the rest. Where do you think you're going? Lu Xingchen smiled disdainfully. That strand of divine sense turned into a stream of light, carrying a monstrous divine power, shaking the sky as it charged towards the Ant Emperor. You want to kill us? You don't have the ability. Ling Yunfei half knelt on the back of the Ant Emperor and stared at Lu Xingchen with a sneer. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Emperor and Ant Emperor, the group instantly disappeared without a trace. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. He actually had a spatial divine item. Lu Xingchen, it was also at this moment. A roar came from underground, filled with monstrous killing intent. Lu Xingchen frowned and retracted his divine sense. Then, he turned into a beam of light and fled into the distance without looking back. Boom! Almost at the next moment, Qin Feiyang emerged from the ground. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and the murderous aura around him made him look like a god of death that had descended upon the world. Previously, he had indeed exchanged blows with Lu Xingchen. However, even though his current cultivation had been superimposed to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm by the kill character art, he was still no match for Lu Xingchen's divine thought. There was a fist-sized bloody hole in his left shoulder, and blood was flowing out. This was what Lu Xingchen's spiritual sense had penetrated. Of course, he knew. Lu Xingchen had already shown mercy. Otherwise, that wisp of divine sense would not have passed through his shoulder, but through his head. However, he would not feel grateful just because Lu Xingchen had shown mercy. On the contrary, right now, he really wanted to fight with Lu Xingchen. And it was a battle of life and death. Swish. He scanned his surroundings and did not see Ling Yunfei and the others. He knew that everyone must have gone to the spatial divine item. Then, he immediately used phantom steps and chased after Lu Xingchen. Although Lu Xingchen had divine sense, his speed was not very fast. For a moment, he was unable to shake off Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang chasing after him, he began to feel irritated. Suddenly, he braked and stopped. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "What exactly do you want? Let's end the grudge between you and me here today." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the 4 moves of the Ruins of End incantation evolved. An invisible force roared in the sky, mountains collapsed, and the earth sank. "You are no match for me now," Lu Xingchen said angrily. A wisp of divine sense swept out and shattered the 4 moves of the Ruins of End incantation. "That's right. I'm no match for you now. But what about when your divine sense is completely exhausted? Your greatest reliance is your divine sense. Without it, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, took out Chang Shui, and activated the battle incantation. He fearlessly faced Lu Xingchen's divine sense. In an instant, Chang Shui and divine sense met. An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded in this world. Divine sense was instantly annihilated. Lu Xingchen spat out a mouthful of blood. Chang Shui, on the other hand, was unharmed. However, Qin Feiyang's arm was shattered, and blood flowed out. Chang Shui also fell to the ground. His entire body was sent flying and smashed into a giant mountain. Chang Shui. Lu Xingchen did not look at Qin Feiyang. The first thing he looked at was Chang Shui, which had fallen to the ground, and his eyes were full of greed. It's finally mine. He licked his lips and immediately rushed toward Chang Shui. But at this moment, Chang Shui vibrated and instantly rose into the air, flying in the direction of Qin Feiyang. Damn it! Lu Xingchen was instantly furious. You're the one who deserves to die. Qin Feiyang rushed out from under the collapsed giant mountain. Although one of his arms was shattered, he did not even frown. Whoosh! Chang Shui broke through the air and came over. He raised his other arm and grabbed it in his hand. An arm in exchange for a wisp of your divine sense. It's worth it. Qin Feiyang grinned and once again charged toward Lu Xingchen. Battle intent, killing intent, and purple gold dragon blood intertwined, making him look like an Azura from hell at this moment. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, "Isn't it just 3 pieces of Kuei water essence? Is it necessary to risk your life like this? It has nothing to do with the Kuei water essence now." Qin Feiyang's blood-red eyes flickered, more terrifying than the eyes of a demon. Lu Xingchen's heart trembled. Because he saw a determination in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Obviously, Qin Feiyang was not joking around. He wanted to settle all the grudges today. Come on, let me see how much divine sense you've condensed over the years. Qin Feiyang roared angrily. Chang Shui emitted a piercing cold light and went straight for Lu Xingchen's throat. Looking at Chang Shui, Lu Xingchen could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Wait until I shatter this arm of yours. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Another wisp of divine sense emerged and blasted toward Chang Shui. Hey! Qin Feiyang grinned, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. Following closely, he took Chang Shui and retreated like lightning. At the same time, the ancient castle appeared, surging with dark light and blasted toward Lu Xingchen's divine sense. Boom! His divine sense was shattered and annihilated again. Qin Feiyang's body trembled and blood spurted out. His whole body flew out again and smashed into a canyon. A sinkhole appeared. But he was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He immediately got up and rushed out of the sinkhole. The ancient castle whistled and hovered above his head. Can you shatter this arm of mine? I have the battle's secret art to protect my body and merged with the flame of life. I also have the purple gold dragon blood. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Boom. After that, Qin Feiyang took the ancient castle and rushed toward Lu Xingchen. His body was full of murderous intent. Lunatic. You're really a lunatic. Seeing Qin Feiyang's current state, even Lu Xingchen could not help but feel terrified. Boss Qin, this is for you. At this moment, the Crocodile Emperor's roar sounded behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stopped and turned around. He saw a black light breaking through the air, exuding a monstrous aura. Could it be? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and grabbed it in his hand. It was a black armor. It was as light as a feather and as thin as a cicada's wing. Its texture was as smooth as silk. I have already erased the blood contract. Quickly recognize me as your master, the Crocodile Emperor shouted. We only have one request. Kill him. The Scorpion Emperor was also beside the Crocodile Emperor and roared at Qin Feiyang. I will. Qin Feiyang looked at the two beasts and murmured. Fresh blood dripped into the armor. Buzz. The armor suddenly bloomed with a ray of divine light and automatically integrated into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and could clearly feel that the armor was quickly integrating with every inch of his skin and every cell in his body. Divine artifact. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and the Crocodile Emperor and could not help but feel jealous. Why is it that no matter where he goes, there are people and beasts helping Qin Feiyang? Even a divine artifact was given to him without batting an eye. Why is this happening? Swish. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and two beams of light burst out. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "You are even willing to give me a divine artifact. Isn't it incredible?" Lu Xingchen was silent. "This is friendship. Someone like you, who only knows how to be self-centered, will never understand. Do you remember Mu Qing's father? If it weren't for Mu Qing's all-seeing eye, would you exchange the Big Dipper flame with the main tower?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "How do you know?" Lu Xingchen frowned. "What do I not know about your shady business? Let me tell you. No matter what you do, Mu Qing will betray you sooner or later because he is not a fool. Similarly, he's not a person without desires." Qin Feiyang sneered. "I didn't expect the dignified Qin Feiyang to use such tricks to sow discord." Lu Xingchen said sarcastically. "You are the previous emperor. You know the human heart better than I do. Do you think I am trying to sow discord? Enough. Let's not talk anymore. Let's continue our battle. Perhaps you won't be able to see the day when Mu Qing betrays you." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. A set of purple gold armor suddenly appeared on his body. It was as if it was made of divine iron and emitted a cold light. This was the armor given to him by the Crocodile Emperor. This armor could not only change its shape according to the owner's thoughts, but it could also change its color. "Little crocodile, take a look. The armor on the boss is so majestic and domineering. It is just like the armor of a war god. Unlike you, it is black and ugly." Scorpion Emperor despised. "This emperor is called Loki. What do you know?" Crocodile Emperor snorted. The disdain in the Scorpion Emperor's eyes grew thicker as he said, "Although you're a little annoying, I'm really grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I would have died under Lu Xingchen's divine sense. Thanks." Crocodile Emperor glanced at it coldly and said, "Don't talk. Watch the battle." But deep in its eyes, there was a hint of a smile. Whoosh. At this moment, Spider Emperor, Ant Emperor, Ling Yunfei, and the others also ran over anxiously. When they saw the purple gold armor on Qin Feiyang, they were all surprised. Ant Emperor asked, "Little crocodile, is this your armor?" "Yes." Chapter 1472. "You're really willing to do that?" The Ant Emperor and the other four beasts looked at him in surprise. "Do you think I'm so petty? In the face of a great enemy, we should unite against them. I know this principle." The Crocodile Emperor snorted. Hearing this, everyone gave it a thumbs up. "Come on." At this moment, Qin Feiyang roared and rushed toward Lu Xingchen like a wild beast. The armor on his body was emitting a dazzling light. His blood-red hair fluttered and his fighting spirit soared. Everyone quickly looked up and looked a little nervous. Although Qin Feiyang was now protected by the armor, everyone had personally experienced Lu Xingchen's strength. The power of his divine consciousness was comparable to that of a pseudo-god. Qin Feiyang might not be his opponent just by relying on the armor. However, they also believed. If Qin Feiyang wasn't certain, he wouldn't have chosen to completely fall out with Lu Xingchen at this time. "Come on," everyone silently said in their hearts. Boom. Lu Xingchen glanced at Ling Yunfei and the others, then looked at Qin Feiyang. Two cold lights burst out of his eyes. "Although I won't kill you, I will let you know the difference between you and me." He was like a king, with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at Qin Feiyang. As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of divine consciousness swept out from the top of his head, turning into a dazzling divine light, illuminating the sky and charging toward Qin Feiyang. "Difference," Qin Feiyang murmured. The ancient castle cut through the sky and collided with the divine consciousness. Boom. The divine consciousness was shattered on the spot. Lu Xingchen's body trembled slightly, and his face began to turn pale. Looking at Qin Feiyang at this time, he kept retreating, blood gushing out of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. However, this time, he wasn't blasted away like the previous two times. He could clearly feel that the armor helped him take a large part of the damage. This was enough to explain everything. With this set of armor, he basically had the ability to compete with Lu Xingchen. Without a doubt. This caused his confidence to soar. Boom. He took a step forward and stomped on the ground. The earth collapsed as he steadied himself. He looked up at Lu Xingchen and sneered, "The real battle has only just begun." Lu Xingchen's pupils contracted slightly. With Qin Feiyang's current state, if he did not use his spiritual consciousness, he really did not have the confidence to suppress Qin Feiyang. The threat was getting bigger and bigger. "Don't think that you can compete with me just because you have a divine artifact to protect you." Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he took the initiative to attack. "I admit that no matter what I do, I'm no match for you now. However, I have the confidence to drag you down to hell with me." Qin Feiyang's aura was overwhelming. Rumble. Crack. The two of them fought madly on the ground. Wisps of spiritual consciousness exuded an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. However, Qin Feiyang was not afraid in the slightest. After being injured and falling, he did not feel depressed at all. He got up again and continued to fight. The more he fought, the braver he became. He was like an unkillable cockroach. Blood was flowing all over his body. His clothes had long been soaked in blood and fluttered in the wind. He was more like a machine. He did not know fatigue or pain. He fought to the end. His fighting spirit, his unyielding spirit, and his eyes made Lu Xingchen more and more shocked. The purple-gold dragon blood and the fire of life all had amazing recovery abilities. The battle formula, armor, and 2 layers of defense allowed Qin Feiyang to ignore most of his injuries. With all these added up, the current Qin Feiyang was equivalent to having a true immortal body. It was easy to beat him down. But it was difficult to kill him. Time passed breath by breath. The two of them were locked in a fierce battle. The sky turned dark. A series of loud noises sounded continuously like thunder, shaking all directions. A destructive aura filled the air for thousands of miles. The earth caved in. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The only remaining oasis had been destroyed in an instant, including the lake. Fortunately, there was only Ling Yunfei and the others in this place. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would have died under their confrontation? Gradually, the horizon turned white. 10 suns slowly rose. The earth also began to heat up. Ling Yunfei and the others could not help but raise their heads to look at the 10 suns in the sky. "Have you guys noticed that the temperature here is different from before?" Luo Qingzhu said. Everyone nodded. One word to describe it: hot. It no longer had the cool feeling from before. Obviously, all of this was related to the Kuei water essence. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house retracted her gaze and looked at the battlefield. The change in temperature is only a small matter. When their battle ends is a big matter. The two of them had been fighting for the entire night, but there was still no sign of them stopping. This area had been completely destroyed. The ground was filled with cracks and potholes. It was a tragic sight. After a night of bloody battle, there was a trace of exhaustion between their brows. Of course, in terms of injuries, Qin Feiyang's injuries were definitely more severe. However, he had the purple-gold dragon blood and had fused with the fire of life. In his body, it was equivalent to having a spring of life. Although he had been injured, his injuries were also constantly healing. After a night of battle, Lu Xingchen did not know how much consciousness he had lost. Similarly, and because of this battle, he had a deeper understanding of Qin Feiyang. This was an extremely terrifying opponent, whether it was his brain or his strength. The 10 suns finally rose from the horizon. The earth was once again in a state of baking. While the two of them were bleeding, their sweat also dripped down. Boom. After a collision, Lu Xingchen retreated like lightning and said in a deep voice, "It's time for this boring battle to end." Qin Feiyang also took the opportunity to exhale and sneered, "After warming up for an entire night, are you finally ready to fight for real?" Ling Yunfei and the others looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. Such a fierce battle, and he actually said it was just a warm-up. Perhaps in today's world, only this guy dared to be so arrogant. Of course, they also knew the intention of Qin Feiyang's words. He did not want to admit defeat in front of Lu Xingchen. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Lu Xingchen's expression suddenly became angry and he shouted, "When I said it's over, it's over. It's not that you have to die and I have to live. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang suddenly nodded and then sneered, however, if this battle is not over, it's not up to you to decide. Boom. He took a healing pill, and his fighting spirit and killing intent erupted again. He madly rushed towards Lu Xingchen. You're really a madman. Lu Xingchen angrily cursed, turned around, and fled at lightning speed. On the one hand, he was really a little scared. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang would perish together with him. Because at this moment, Qin Feiyang's performance was really too crazy. He also understood Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang had already broken away from his relationship with the Qin clan, he had always been silently fighting for the Great Qin. If he continued to fight, in the end, for the Great Qin Empire, he might really perish together with him. On the other hand, it was not yet time to completely fall out with Qin Feiyang. Escape. Who are you, Lu Xingchen? No, I should say, who are you, Mu Tianyang? You actually chose to escape. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at after your identity is exposed? Qin Feiyang sneered and chased after him. Are you done or not? Lu Xingchen was extremely angry. I'm not done. From the moment you snatched the Kuei water essence and hurt Liu Yunfeng and the others, our ending was already decided. Today, either you die or I die. Qin Feiyang shouted. Phantom steps was used to the extreme. Like a god of death, he followed Lu Xingchen from behind. What did young master say just now? Mu Tianyang? Li Jian and Lu Xingchen looked at Ling Yunfei and the others in surprise. Lu Xingchen is Mu Tianyang. Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice, and then chased after Qin Feiyang. Miss Longfeng, Luo Qingzhu, and Crocodile Emperor also quickly followed. What? Hearing Ling Yunfei's words, Li Jian and Lu Xingchen trembled. After coming back to their senses, the two quickly caught up and asked, Young Master Ling, the Mu Tianyang you mentioned, is he the previous emperor of the Tianyang Empire? Other than him, who else could it be? Ling Yunfei said. How is this possible? We heard from the imperial advisor that Ren Duxing is Mu Tianyang, and back then in the Magic Dragon mountain range, Ren Duxing was already killed by the young master. Li Jian said. Some things are not as simple as you think. I can only tell you that whether it is Ren Duxing or Lu Xingchen, they are all just clones of Mu Tianyang. Ling Yunfei said. Clone? Li Jian and Lu Xingchen looked at each other, their eyes trembling as they asked, then where is his original body? I don't know. But according to my analysis, there is a high possibility that his original body is currently in the Mu family of the Forgotten Continent. Ling Yunfei guessed. To Mu Tianyang, the original body was definitely more important than Lu Xingchen and Ren Duxing who were clones. And Mu Tianyang's original body was only a set of God's bones in the past. Although he didn't know what it was like now, it wasn't hard to tell that his original body had yet to recover to its peak state. Otherwise, he would have already made a move against the Great Qin Empire. After all, as a true war god, an existence that could even compare to the Qin Emperor, with the current strength of the Great Qin Empire, it was simply impossible to stop his footsteps. And the miracle was a dangerous place. Especially the second floor. If Mu Tianyang's original body also entered the miracle, then he would definitely enter the second floor. One had to know. Other than the danger of the miracle itself, Emperor Hong and the imperial advisor were also on the second floor. If they discovered that Mu Tianyang's original body, especially if they discovered that Mu Tianyang's original body's strength had plummeted and was not as strong as before, what would they do? They would definitely think of a way to completely erase it. Therefore, according to Ling Yunfei's calculations, Mu Tianyang's original body should not take this risk. And now, other than the Mu family of the Forgotten Continent, Mu Tianyang seemed to have nowhere to go. However, Ling Yunfei didn't dare to conclude. After all, Mu Tianyang was an overlord of a generation, unfathomable, and could not be judged with ordinary eyes and thoughts. Mu Tianyang is actually still alive. In that case, hasn't young master been dealing with Mu Tianyang all these years? Li Jian said. That's right. The people of the Great Qin Empire all thought that he was an extremely vicious person. They also thought that he would destroy the Great Qin Empire. But they didn't know that it was he who had been silently protecting the Great Qin Empire, protecting the people of the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 1473. It's been hard on him. Li Jian and the other two couldn't help but sigh. Silently protecting the Great Qin. Enduring the curses of the world. Selflessly contributing. Who else in the world could compare to such a noble sentiment? A kind of respect and admiration for Qin Feiyang quietly grew in their hearts. Unknowingly, everyone left the water source and a barren mountain range came into sight. Little Scorpion, isn't this your territory? The Crocodile Emperor glanced at the mountain range and said in a daze. Yes. The Scorpion Emperor nodded. The Crocodile Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up and asked, "Does Lu Xingchen know? That place is full of my underlings. If he appeared in my territory, I would definitely know." The Scorpion Emperor smiled confidently. In other words, Lu Xingchen didn't know that it was his territory. The Crocodile Emperor heard this and laughed sinisterly. "Then what are you hesitating for? Get your underlings to come out and cut off his path." The Scorpion Emperor was stunned and hesitated. "That's not good. Even we can't withstand that person's divine sense, let alone my underlings. You have so many underlings. What's wrong with a few dying? Besides, he might not dare to attack against hundreds of thousands of spirit demon scorpions." The Crocodile Emperor sneered. "All right." The Scorpion Emperor nodded and roared, "Underlings, come out and stop that human." His voice was like a bell that resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen chased each other and arrived at the mountain range. They were about to enter. Suddenly, they heard the Scorpion Emperor's roar and couldn't help but stop and turn to look at it suspiciously. The Scorpion Emperor smiled at Qin Feiyang. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Rustle." But in the next moment, there was a burst of ear-piercing sounds coming from the mountain range ahead. Qin Feiyang quickly looked back and saw groups of spirit demon scorpions crawling out from the ground. The big ones were dozens of feet long, like mountains, exuding a terrifying aura. Small ones, palm-sized ones, fist-sized ones. It was densely packed. In an instant, the ground was covered in blood. They were all spirit devil scorpions. Vicious energy overflowed to the heavens. When Lu Xingchen saw this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Once bitten, twice shy. This was an instinctive fear. Rumble. Accompanied by a series of deafening noises, a giant scorpion that was hundreds of meters long emerged from the ground and entered everyone's line of sight. Its entire body was blood-red, and it emitted a monstrous baleful aura. His aura had already reached the peak of a 9-star combat emperor. When the other spirit scorpions saw it, they all retreated to the side and opened up a path for it. The giant scorpion walked out of the crowd, glanced at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen, then looked up at the Scorpion Emperor and said respectfully, "Emperor, there are 2 humans here. Which one are you referring to?" "Him." Scorpion King pointed at Lu Xingchen. The giant scorpion's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared at Lu Xingchen and laughed. "With us here, don't even think about getting past." Lu Xingchen's eyes darkened. There was a group of scorpions blocking the way in front, and Qin Feiyang chasing after him with all his might. What should he do now? If he fought with the scorpions, he was confident that he could slaughter them all. But Qin Feiyang was not to be trifled with either. He would definitely think of a way to deal with him. Thinking of this, he turned to stare at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Do you have to fight to the death?" But what responded to him was endless murderous intent. Not a single word. Qin Feiyang took a step forward. With the ancient castle above his head, he held the Chang Shui in his hand. The god of war on his body flickered with a dazzling purple-gold divine light. 3 divine artifacts with monstrous divine power. Furthermore, after a night of fighting, his shattered arm had long since recovered. At this moment, although he was riddled with wounds, his aura was even more astonishing than before, especially his fighting spirit. He felt that even if he was facing God now, he would still dare to fight. Crazy, really crazy. Lu Xingchen flew into a rage and hurriedly urged his divine sense to counterattack. "I'm afraid you won't use your divine sense." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The ancient castle whizzed over and collided with the divine sense in the sky. Puff. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and stepped back. After persisting for so long, his internal organs had long since been shattered. It could be said that he could still stand now, relying entirely on the purple-gold dragon blood and the fire of life, as well as his unyielding will, and at the same time, his divine sense was also annihilated. Lu Xingchen's face became paler and paler. The weakness in his expression became more and more obvious. After a night of fighting, your divine sense should not be much left. Qin Feiyang snickered. After stabilizing his body, he immediately took the Chang Shui and the ancient castle to kill. Actually, although Lu Xingchen's strength was stronger than Qin Feiyang's, his situation was more passive than Qin Feiyang's. The only thing he could contend with Qin Feiyang was his divine sense. But divine sense was extremely important to him. And it would take a very long time to condense a strand of divine sense again. So, every time he consumed a strand of divine sense, his heart was bleeding. What he was most afraid of was to consume all of his divine sense. Because once there was no divine sense, not to mention Qin Feiyang, even Ling Yunfei and the others could easily kill him. After all, his current cultivation was only a 5-star combat emperor. Another one. He did not dare to let Qin Feiyang get close to him. Because he was afraid of Chang Shui. Chang Shui was enough to instantly kill him. Enough. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was unwilling to give up, Lu Xingchen was extremely annoyed and said angrily, "Isn't it just 3 pieces of Kuei water essence? Can I return them to you?" He compromised. If he could suppress Qin Feiyang, it didn't matter. But the key was that he couldn't suppress Qin Feiyang now. Divine armor, battle character arts, fire of life, and purple gold dragon blood made Qin Feiyang have an immortal body. At the same time, it also made Lu Xingchen feel weak. He took out the jade box and threw it to Qin Feiyang. To be honest, such a compromise was a stain and a disgrace to him. But now, he had to do this, and he had to endure it. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He reached out and grabbed the jade box. After checking it and confirming that it was the Kuei water essence, he put it away. "I've returned it to you. Can you stop now?" Lu Xingchen said angrily. "Stop. Since we've already fallen out, there's no turning back. Today, one of us must die here." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and used phantom steps to approach Lu Xingchen. His aura was like a rainbow. "Bastard! What good will it do you to do this?" Lu Xingchen roared. "It's not good for me, but at least it can protect the future of Great Qin." "That's enough," Qin Feiyang said. "This sentence should be heard by the people of Great Qin. Otherwise, they'll never know who's protecting them," Li Jian and Lu Xingchen exclaimed. In the past, they didn't have a good impression of Qin Feiyang. But now, they only had respect for Qin Feiyang in their hearts. Other young people, such as the children of the wealthy families in the imperial capital, the children of the Marquis, which one of them wasn't seeking pleasure and enjoying life? But Qin Feiyang was carrying a heavy burden that ordinary people couldn't. For the sake of Great Qin's empire and hundreds of millions of people, he gave up everything, even his life. They were all young people, but why was the difference so big? The young lady of Longfeng House smiled and said, "What Feiyang needs is not for everyone to understand him and forgive him. He only wants to have a clear conscience." Selfless dedication, as expected of the person favored by the late emperor, Li Jian muttered. Such a young master was worthy of support. Boom. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen clashed again. Qin Feiyang's injuries worsened. Lu Xingchen also lost another wisp of divine sense. "Don't force me," Lu Xingchen said. His eyes were extremely sinister. "Cut the crap. Take out all your means and fight with me," Qin Feiyang shouted. The battle intent and aura exuding from his body became more and more terrifying. This became a clear contrast. Qin Feiyang, who had let go of everything, was simply a primordial beast, becoming more and more courageous as he fought. On the other hand, Lu Xingchen. He had too many concerns and cared too much about his own life, so he began to be restrained. Once this happened, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he was destined to be defeated. Sure enough. Next, The battle situation changed. He didn't know if Lu Xingchen was scared out of his wits by Qin Feiyang, or if it was because he didn't have much divine sense left. Other than when he was in a critical situation to save his life, he rarely used his divine sense. It was also because of this that Qin Feiyang gradually gained the upper hand. Boom! The battle continued for another half an hour. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seized a gap and punched Lu Xingchen's shoulder. With a crack, Lu Xingchen's shoulder shattered on the spot, blood splashing in the sky. His whole body was like a meteorite, crashing into a giant mountain. The giant mountain, which was more than 1,000 feet high, was instantly annihilated. Then, it smashed into the ground. The ground cracked, and a deep pit of hundreds of feet suddenly appeared. Boss is mighty. The crocodile emperor and the other 3 beasts immediately roared excitedly. Qin Feiyang ignored them and chased after them. He used the phantom steps and rushed into the deep pit like lightning, stepping on Lu Xingchen's chest. Lu Xingchen was about to get up, but with this step, his whole body sank into the soil, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Why did the frequency of using divine sense become so low? Are you looking down on me? Or is your divine sense about to be exhausted? Qin Feiyang looked down at him, his eyes extremely cold, with a hint of mockery. Even if my divine sense is exhausted, you can only dream of killing me. Lu Xingchen sneered. Is that so? Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Xingchen's neck, hanging in the void like a little chick, and said, "Now, can you hide in the spatial divine item?" He certainly knew about spatial divine items. There were 2 ways to stop a person from entering a spatial divine item. The first way was to imprison. For example, using coercion to completely imprison the other party with coercion, the other party would not be able to enter the spatial divine item. The second way was Qin Feiyang's method at the moment. Grab the other party's body. Because once he caught Lu Xingchen, if Lu Xingchen entered the spatial divine item, he would go in with him. So, as long as he caught the other party's body, the other party would not dare to enter the spatial divine item again. In fact, Qin Feiyang really wanted Lu Xingchen to enter the spatial divine item now, because he had long been interested in Lu Xingchen's spatial divine item. Of course, what he was interested in was not the stone chamber. He had been to that stone chamber several times, but there was nothing there. What he was interested in was the world outside the stone chamber. According to what Lu Xingchen had revealed in the past, his spatial divine item was the valley in the desert of death. But whether it was true or not, no one knew. After all, it was only Lu Xingchen's side of the story. Chapter 1474. Lu Xingchen's face was as dark as water. What's wrong? You're not going? Could it be that there's some shady business hidden in your spatial artifact? Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingchen was unmoved and said, "You know very well that even if I don't go to the spatial artifact, you can't kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of divine sense swept out from the top of Lu Xingchen's head and floated above his head, emitting a great pressure. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. How much divine sense was hidden in this guy's sea of consciousness? Lu Xingchen said, "If you want to kill me, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Why do you want to fight to the death with me now?" Qin Feiyang was silent. Suddenly, his bloody eyes flashed with killing intent. Since they had already fought to this point, it would be a pity to give up halfway. It was better to fight to the end. As for who would die here in the end, it would be up to the heavens. Boom. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to make his move, an obscure mysterious power rolled over from the distant void. This mysterious power came from behind Qin Feiyang. Ling Yunfei and the others were the first to be enveloped by the invisible power. Immediately, a scene that shocked the entire audience appeared. Everyone's cultivation level instantly dropped by a small realm. For example, Ling Yunfei. His cultivation level was originally a 9-star war emperor, but under the shroud of that mysterious power, his cultivation level dropped directly to an 8-star war emperor. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. In an instant, the mysterious power enveloped Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. Qin Feiyang's cultivation level also dropped from the peak of the 9-star war emperor realm to the 9-star war emperor realm. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang's face was blank. At the same time, Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed coldly. The divine sense floating above his head turned into a stream of light and blasted towards Qin Feiyang's right shoulder. Clang! Crack! The armor was fine. However, Qin Feiyang's right shoulder was shattered on the spot. Purple gold dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Feiyang was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth. I told you, you're going to kill me. Lu Xingchen chuckled, withdrew his divine sense, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Feiyang. When Miss Longfeng and the others saw this, they quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. It was only his right shoulder that was shattered. It was not fatal. He got up from the ground. Meanwhile, that mysterious force quickly retreated, as if it had never appeared. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked in the direction where the mysterious energy had disappeared. That direction was the source of the water. Qin Feiyang shouted, Crocodile King, Scorpion King, Ant King, Spider King, go and take a look. I want to know who is behind this. Understood. The four beasts nodded and immediately turned around. They turned into streams of light and rushed towards the source of the water. Ling Yunfei looked at the water source with a gloomy expression and said, as far as I know, he's the only one who has the ability to make one's cultivation plummet among the people who entered the divine site this time. You mean? Luo Qingzhu was surprised. Ling Yunfei nodded and said, that's right, it's Zhuge Mingyang's innate ability, destruction. It can't be him. Miss Longfeng shook her head and said, I saw it with my own eyes. He died in Feiyang's hands. It definitely can't be him, Ling Yunfei said, but only he can do it. That might not be the case. There are thousands of people who entered the divine ruins this time. You don't know all of them. Maybe one of them is hiding this ability. Miss Longfeng said. Ling Yunfei frowned. But Miss Longfeng's words were not without reason. Qin Feiyang did not say a word. He retracted his gaze and looked at the place where Lu Xingchen disappeared. Crack. His hands gradually clenched. A hint of hostility crept up between his brows. Luo Qingzhu comforted him. This is the will of the heavens. There's nothing we can do. Don't be angry. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He put away Chang Shui and the castle, and the purple gold armor on his body also disappeared. When they saw his scarred body, Ling Yunfei and the other two could not help but turn pale. At this moment, other than Qin Feiyang's face, there was not a single place that was intact. His flesh was mangled. Who knew how many bones in his body were broken? Hurry up and heal your injuries. Miss Longfeng took out healing pills, regeneration pills, and bone replenishing pills and stuffed them into Qin Feiyang's mouth. Luo Qingzhu also took out these pills, but when she saw that Miss Longfeng was one step ahead of her, she silently put them away, looking a little disappointed. This scene was seen by Ling Yunfei. He sighed and patted Luo Qingzhu's shoulder with a comforting expression. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House and closed the battle character formula. Without the support of the battle formula, he immediately felt dizzy and weak. He directly fell into the arms of Miss Longfeng. After fainting, the battle formula automatically closed. His cultivation returned to a 4-star war emperor. Boss. Feiyang. Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu's expressions changed as they hurriedly went forward. Don't panic. He's just severely injured and fainted. He'll recover after resting for a while. Miss Longfeng checked Qin Feiyang's condition and looked at the two of them. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. This battle formula is really shocking. At this moment, Lu Xingchen appeared out of thin air. Miss Longfeng immediately retreated with Qin Feiyang in her arms. Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu also quickly retreated to Miss Longfeng's side, as if they were facing a great enemy. But Lu Xingchen didn't even look at them. It was as if these three people couldn't enter his eyes. He looked at the unconscious Qin Feiyang and sighed, if not for the battle formula, you would have already fallen. To be honest, sometimes, I really envy you, because the heavens care for you. Ling Yunfei shouted, you have done so many evil deeds, and you still want the heavens to care for you. Is that possible? Lu Xingchen raised his head and looked at Ling Yunfei. His eyes were calm. It was as if he was looking at an ant. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered, "Don't forget your promise to me. Of course, I also believe that you, Qin Feiyang, will not be a person who goes back on your word." Next, he raised his head to look at Miss Longfeng and the other two, and said, "Take good care of him. If he unfortunately dies, I will let you guys accompany him in death." With that, Lu Xingchen turned around, took a step forward, and quickly disappeared from their line of sight. At this time, only then did the three of them relax. Ling Yunfei said suspiciously, "He actually told us to take good care of Qin Feiyang. What exactly is this bastard trying to do? He mentioned some promise more than once. I think he and Feiyang must have made some kind of deal in private." The Miss Longfeng pondered. Deal. Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu looked at each other, their faces full of doubt. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Roar. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound rang out from the water source. Then, the roars of the crocodile emperor and the other two beasts rang out, filled with anger. "Let's go take a look." The three of them changed their expressions and quickly turned around to carry Qin Feiyang, rushing towards the water source. The water source no longer existed. The ground was filled with devastation. The water in the creek and lake had also evaporated under the 10 scorching suns. In front of a broken mountain ridge, the crocodile emperor and the other two beasts revealed their true forms. They stared coldly in front of them, their entire bodies overflowing with killing intent. Whiz. When Ling Yunfei and the other two brought Qin Feiyang here, they immediately asked, "What happened?" The four beasts were about to answer, but when they saw the unconscious Qin Feiyang, they hurriedly asked, "What happened to Boss Qin?" Ling Yunfei said, "It's just a serious injury and a coma, it's fine." "So it's like that." The four beasts heaved a sigh of relief. "What's wrong with you guys? Why did you reveal your true forms?" Ling Yunfei asked. "We saw a human," the Ant Emperor said. "Who?" The three of them were bewildered. "A dead man," the Spider Emperor said in a deep voice. "A dead man." The three of them looked at each other. Could it really be Zhuge Mingyang? Time passed. 2 days passed. In a wooden building, Qin Feiyang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the roof in confusion. Where was this? Why had he never seen it before? And it wasn't hot at all here. Could it be heaven? Following that, a burst of pain came from his head. Images flashed across his mind one after another. Finally, a figure froze in his mind. It was Lu Xingchen. "Lu Xingchen, consider yourself lucky this time," he muttered and began to look around. It turned out that this was a room. Now, he was lying on a bed, covered with a thin layer of bedding. And beside the bed sat a beautiful figure. It was the miss of the Longfeng Pavilion. But at this moment, she was lying on the edge of the bed, her face turned sideways, her eyes closed, and she fell into a deep sleep. Qin Feiyang looked at that face and couldn't help but be lost in thought for a moment. This woman was really beautiful. Her exquisite facial features were like a masterpiece of heaven, without the slightest flaw. Her skin was soft and tender, and her figure was exquisite. It could be said to be perfect. This was a femme fatale. "Just what kind of woman are you?" Qin Feiyang muttered, and couldn't help but reach out his large hand, stroking that soft black hair. This action seemed to have alarmed the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and she suddenly murmured. Qin Feiyang quickly retracted his arm. Just as he retracted his arm, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion slowly raised her head, opened her sleepy eyes, and looked at Qin Feiyang. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had woken up, the sleepiness in her eyes immediately disappeared and was replaced by joy. Qin Feiyang asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you talking nonsense?" "Of course I'm here to take care of you." Although her attitude was not good, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face was full of concern. She asked, "How do you feel now?" "Not bad." Qin Feiyang nodded and teased, "Why didn't I realize before that you have such a considerate side?" "It's not too late to realize it now." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and asked, How long have I been unconscious? 2 days. As the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion spoke, she helped Qin Feiyang sit up. It's already been 2 days. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nodded. What about Lu Xingchen? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Chapter 1475. Left. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Why didn't you stop him?" When the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house heard this, she immediately frowned and said, "With our strength, can we stop him?" Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a bitter smile, "I'm sorry, I was too anxious and didn't think that much." Thinking about it, it made sense. How terrifying was Lu Xingchen's consciousness. Even he had to use all his means to barely withstand it. Although the cultivation of the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house and the others was not bad, in terms of means, they were still far from it. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Do you want to rest for a while more?" "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, scanned the room suspiciously, and asked, "Where are we?" The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "In Ling Yunfei's spatial divine item." "No wonder it's so cool." Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked, "Did the Crocodile Emperor and the others find that person?" "En." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. "Who?" Qin Feiyang said. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "You definitely won't believe it, but he is Zhuge Mingyang." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, "It's really him, but isn't he dead? Why is he still alive? Could it be that the one we killed back then was just his substitute? I've been thinking about it these past few days, but I really can't figure it out." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang was silent for a while and said, "Where are they now? Call them to see me immediately, I want to ask them face to face." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "They accompanied you here for a day. Seeing that your injuries are more or less healed, they returned to their respective territories." "They went back?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "They left just like that? Didn't they say that they would follow him? A bunch of bastards, going back on their word. Don't misunderstand. They went back for no other reason than to give an explanation." The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled. "Explain what?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Aren't they planning to go with you? Before I leave, I have to make a trip back and explain things to my subjects." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. "So that's how it is. I thought they would leave just like that." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "Leave? Do you think they'll be willing to leave after seeing your tricks? That's enough. If you don't want to rest, then come down. Don't stay on the bed." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang lifted the quilt and found that the clothes on his body had been changed, and there was no trace of blood. Did you help me change my clothes?" He raised his head to look at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and asked. "Is it possible?" The miss of Longfeng House coldly snorted and said, "It was Ling Yunfei who helped you change it." "That's good." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What do you mean?" Miss Longfeng raised her eyebrows. "I've kept my chastity for so many years. If I were to be taken advantage of by you, it would be such a loss." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "You even dare to tease me? Are you courting death?" The miss of Longfeng House's face darkened as she grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm. "Pain, pain, pain, you're abusing the wounded, do you know that?" Qin Feiyang roared. "You know you're the most despicable." The miss of Longfeng House laughed coldly. Looking at the smile on the miss of Longfeng House's face, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel guilty. He smiled embarrassedly and said, all right. It's my fault. I apologize to you." The miss of Longfeng House remained silent. She just looked at him and didn't let go. At first, it was fine. But gradually, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. A moment later, the miss of Longfeng House let go of Qin Feiyang and turned to walk outside. "Isn't it just a joke? Is there a need to be like this?" Qin Feiyang rubbed his bruised arm and said unhappily, "I don't care about others, but in front of me, you can't make any jokes." The miss of Longfeng House stopped and said coldly. Then, she left without looking back. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and muttered, "What a boring woman." Next, he walked to the window and looked outside. Outside was a courtyard. In the courtyard, there were some wild flowers planted. They were colorful and fragrant. Outside the courtyard was a pond. The water in the pond was so clear that one could see the bottom. The lotus leaves were like jade plates, verdant and glistening. The lotus flowers were slender and elegant like young girls, budding and waiting to bloom. In the water, there was also a school of small fish swimming happily. Among them, there was a small fish that was particularly eye-catching. It was only the size of a finger and looked extremely handsome. The school of fish treated it as their leader. That's right. It was the Kuan Peng. As for Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Li Jian, they were sitting cross-legged by the pond, closing their eyes and meditating. The Miss of Longfeng House left the courtyard and walked to the pond. She smiled faintly and said, "He's awake. He's awake." The four of them opened their eyes and turned to look at the wooden building. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned into a ray of light. He flew out of the window and landed in front of everyone. "Young master. Boss. Feiyang." The four of them immediately stood up, their faces filled with joy. "I've made everyone worried these past few days." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. Ling Yunfei sized up Qin Feiyang and said, "From the looks of it, you haven't fully recovered yet." "Yes, not yet." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although his external injuries had already healed, there were still internal injuries. Moreover, these internal injuries probably wouldn't be able to recover even after half a month. Ling Yunfei asked, "Then should we continue to recuperate or go find Fatso and the others?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let's wait for Scorpion King and the others to come back." "Boss Qin, I'm back." "Speak of the devil." Scorpion King's voice came from outside. Ling Yunfei waved his hand and led Qin Feiyang and the others out of the spatial divine item. Scorpion King immediately entered their line of sight. However, Scorpion King's expression was extremely ugly. In fact, Qin Feiyang and the others could even sense a sense of passivity that couldn't be dispelled from it. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Scorpion King jumped into Qin Feiyang's arms and cried out, "Boss, my underlings are all dead." "What?" Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Ling Yunfei and the others were also shocked. Li Jian said, "Scorpion King, this joke isn't funny at all." "I'm not joking. They're really all dead," Scorpion King said with grief and indignation. The few of them exchanged glances and Qin Feiyang asked, "What happened?" "I don't know either. When I returned, I saw corpses all over the ground. I searched everywhere but I couldn't find a single living person in the entire mountain range." "Damn it, who did it?" Scorpion King roared. Qin Feiyang's expression darkened. "Let's go and take a look." The group left the water source immediately and headed for Scorpion King's territory. A moment later, when they entered Scorpion King's territory, the scene before them caused even Qin Feiyang and the others to feel their scalps tingle. The ground was filled with corpses as far as the eye could see. Blood dyed the mountains red. Some of the corpses were even rotting under the scorching sun. Ling Yun ran to one of the corpses and examined it. "Judging from the temperature here and the bloodstains on the wounds, they should have died 2 days ago," he said in a deep voice. Luo Qingzhu looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Wasn't that when you fought with Lu Xingchen 2 days ago?" "Bastard." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. There was no doubt. These spirit demon scorpions must have been killed by Lu Xingchen. Scorpion King had ambushed Lu Xingchen at the water source. Given Lu Xingchen's personality, he would definitely not let the matter rest. The Miss of Longfeng House also thought of this. Her face was covered in frost as she looked at Scorpion King. "We're sorry for implicating your people. What does it have to do with you?" Scorpion King was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "According to our judgment, the one who killed your people should be Lu Xingchen." "Damn it. Bastard, I swear that I will skin you alive." Scorpion King immediately roared, his anger soaring to the heavens. Qin Feiyang looked at Scorpion King and blamed himself. "It's my fault. I should have known that he would take revenge on you." Scorpion King shook his head. "I don't need your apology. I just want you to help me kill him." Don't worry. Sooner or later, I will personally send him to hell, Qin Feiyang said. With a wave of his hand, battle qi rolled out. Giant peaks collapsed one after another, drowning the corpses one by one. The miss of Longfeng House sighed deeply and looked in the direction of the swamp. I wonder how the Crocodile Emperor, Ant Emperor, and Spider Emperor are doing. Qin Feiyang also turned to look, his eyes filled with worry. Phew. A moment later, Qin Feiyang exhaled and said, "It's useless to stand here and worry. Let's go to the castle and cultivate while waiting." Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a group of people immediately appeared in the castle. "Little brother, my condolences." The white-eyed wolf opened his eyes, looked at Scorpion King, and comforted him. "Big brother." The Crocodile Emperor ran to the white-eyed wolf with tears streaming down its face. Looking at the Crocodile Emperor's sorrowful look, Qin Feiyang clenched his fists again. His desire to kill Lu Xingchen was unprecedentedly strong. He looked at Ling Yunfei and the rest and said, "The rules of time here are different from the outside world. 10 days here is only 1 day outside. So, don't waste time." What? Everyone was stunned. 10 days in the castle was only 1 day outside. You must be kidding. Qin Feiyang did not explain. He consumed a healing pill and recuperated while imitating the 4th stroke of the attainment formula. Before entering the divine sight, he was already imitating the 4th stroke. Now, there was only a little left. He wanted to imitate it completely before the Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts returned. This way, he could become a 5-star combat emperor. However, a 5-star combat emperor was far from enough. Because to kill Lu Xingchen, one must at least have the cultivation of a pseudo-god. The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house walked to Qin Feiyang's side and observed for a while. She frowned and said, "You just woke up. It's not right to consume so much battle qi." "I know what I'm doing." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Heard about it." The lady of the Dragon Phoenix house did not say anything else. She silently retreated to the side and sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to rest. Time passed in a flash. Another 3 days passed. Early in the morning, the Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts finally returned. However, the 3 beasts were in low spirits, and their expressions were filled with sorrow that could not be dispersed. Chapter 1476. There was dead silence in the castle. The Ant Emperor, the Spider Emperor, and the Crocodile Emperor lowered their heads, looking sad and silent, making the atmosphere particularly heavy. Qin Feiyang stood in front of the altar and looked at the 3 beasts. Ling Yunfei and the others did not ask. Because they could see that the Ant Emperor and the other 2 beasts were in a bad mood, so they should calm down first. A moment passed. Qin Feiyang finally spoke. "The Scorpion Emperor's people were slaughtered, so he is very depressed now. What is the reason for you?" "What? Little Scorpion, your people were also slaughtered?" The 3 beasts trembled and looked up at the Scorpion Emperor in shock. The Scorpion Emperor nodded. Damn it. The 3 beasts were furious. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, already having an answer in their hearts. The Crocodile Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "My people, as well as the Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor's people were also killed." "We have already guessed it," Qin Feiyang said. "Guessed it?" The Crocodile Emperor was slightly stunned and said angrily, "Do you know who did it?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Who?" The 3 beasts stared at Qin Feiyang, murderous intent filling their eyes. The Scorpion Emperor said in a deep voice, "According to Boss Qin's judgment, it should be Lu Xingchen." Lu Xingchen. The 3 beasts gritted their teeth. Suddenly, the Ant Emperor said, "Wait, there is something strange." "What?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The Ant Emperor said, "The Crocodile Emperor's people died a little differently from mine and the Spider Emperor's people." "Different?" Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house asked, "What's the difference?" "The Crocodile Emperor's people were slaughtered. But the Spider Emperor's people and mine seemed to have been sucked dry by something." The Ant Emperor said, "What? There is such a thing." Everyone's expression changed. The Ant Emperor said, "Their corpses seem to have been hollowed out." Only skin and bones are left. The Spider Emperor nodded as well. That's way too weird. Ling Yunfei murmured. Sucking dry one's blood and qi, leaving behind only skin and bones. Just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. The Ant Emperor said, furthermore, we even went to look for Zhuge Mingyang's corpse. Did you find it? Qin Feiyang asked. No. Only a pool of blood remains where he was originally buried. The Ant Emperor said. Why is this happening? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. He had already killed Zhuge Mingyang. Furthermore, he was certain that Zhuge Mingyang had indeed died at that time. But why was he still alive? Qin Feiyang asked in a low voice, what exactly did you see in the water source 5 days ago? The Spider Emperor said, we saw Zhuge Mingyang. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang asked. Back then, he used the blood soul technique to control me. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have been used as cannon fodder by him and died somewhere. So, even if he turned into ashes, I would still recognize him. Of course I'm sure. The Spider Emperor said coldly. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House said, in that case, Zhuge Mingyang is not dead. It is a fact. How did he do it? How can a dead person come back to life? There must be something fishy about this. Ling Yunfei said. What is it? Could it be that someone has also taken over his body? Luo Qingzhu was surprised. Possession. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Hearing the word possession, he immediately thought of Lu Xingchen. Also, the subjects of the Spider Emperor and the Ant Emperor were all sucked dry. Does this matter have something to do with Zhuge Mingyang? Luo Qingzhu said again. Every single one of these incidents seemed extremely strange and confusing, causing everyone to be completely clueless. Forget it. Don't think about it. When we see Zhuge Mingyang in the future, the truth will naturally be revealed. Ling Yunfei waved his hand and said. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang also closed his eyes and sensed the location of Fatso and the others through the slave seal. A moment later, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise. What's wrong? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House asked. Qin Feiyang said, Fatso, Lu Zheng, Lu Hong, and the Spirit Snake Emperor, the 4 of them actually walked together. This is a good thing. If they meet, they can take care of each other. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House smiled. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ling Yunfei asked, how far are they from us? Qin Feiyang said, very far, in the northwest direction, estimated to take 4 to 5 days. 4 to 5 days. Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't this miracle a little too big? With their current cultivation, 4 to 5 days was enough for them to cross the entire Great Qin Empire. Of course. Except for the Sea of Reincarnation. How about this? Qin Feiyang looked at the Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts and said, for us, the most important thing now is to improve our strength. The Crocodile Emperor waved its claws and said, now that we are all family, if you have any orders, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. I'm being unreasonable. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, okay, I'll be straightforward. We want to cultivate in the castle, so I can only trouble the 4 of you to take us in turns. No problem. The 4 beasts nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Jian and the other 2 and said, although the 2 of you have reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm, you still have to continue to work hard and don't slack off. Okay. The 2 of them replied. Ling Yunfei's eyes flashed as he looked at Li Jian and the other 2 and asked, do you know the ultimacy of becoming a true god? The 2 of them shook their heads. Ling Yunfei said, didn't you ask the Grand Tutor? Yes. But the Grand Tutor said that this kind of thing needs to be comprehended by oneself, and others can't help. The 2 of them said. That's true. But I can give you hints. This old thing, he didn't even give you hints, what is he thinking? Ling Yunfei looked at them with disdain. Hints? The 2 of them were slightly stunned and immediately stared at Ling Yunfei with a burning gaze. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 of them and said, you know the ultimacy of becoming a true god too? Ling Yunfei said to himself, I've followed old Master Qin for so many years, of course I know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Ling Yunfei pondered for a while and said to himself, boss, I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. I'll bring Li Jian and the other two and the four beasts to my space divine item and explain to them the ultimacy of becoming a true god, so that they can slowly comprehend it. Ling Yunfei said. Okay. But there's one thing you have to remember, they can't become a true god on the first level, because once they become a true god here, they will immediately be sent to the second level. Qin Feiyang said. I know. Ling Yunfei nodded. With a wave of his hand, he disappeared with Li Jian and the other two, the Crocodile Emperor and the other four beasts. Luo Qingzhu, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, and the White-Eyed Wolf also entered a state of cultivation. After a while, Ling Yunfei appeared again with the Ant King and nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled. He left the ancient castle with the Ant Emperor and appeared outside. 10 suns hung in the sky. The entire earth seemed to have turned into a big furnace. In just a few breaths, Qin Feiyang was sweating profusely. He looked at the northwest direction for a long time and smiled at the Ant King. Do you remember the ultimacy of becoming a true god? Yes. The Ant King nodded and said, I feel that Ling Yunfei has already explained it very clearly, but I just can't figure it out. The ultimacy of becoming a true god is difficult to understand. This matter can't be rushed, you have to take it slowly. Maybe one day, you will have an epiphany. Qin Feiyang said. Really? The Ant King looked at him suspiciously. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble you today. Tomorrow, I'll ask the Spider Emperor to replace you. At that time, you can go to Ling Yunfei's spatial divine item and focus on comprehending the ultimacy of becoming a true god. Okay. The Ant King grinned. Qin Feiyang said, show your true form. Okay. Immediately, the Ant King's body emitted strands of bloody light. Its palm-sized body expanded in the wind. In an instant, a huge monster appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on the back of the Scorpion King. He said, don't act on your own if you encounter any trouble. Inform me immediately. Okay. The Ant King nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled. Now, the Ant King was truly following him. With a single thought, he disappeared. The exposed castle immediately sank and landed on the back of the Scorpion King. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the scene outside appeared. After confirming that the castle was on the back of the Ant King, he sent a voice transmission to the Ant King outside, you can set off now. Got it. The Ant Queen gave a silent response before spreading its claws and flying toward the northwest without even looking back. The scene in the castle was also moving. This meant that the castle had always been on the back of the Ant King. After watching for a while, Qin Feiyang turned around and walked to the front of the altar, continuing to copy the Xing character formula. But he did not disperse the scene in the void. Because he could keep an eye on the situation outside through the scene. Similarly, if the castle fell from the back of the Ant King, he would be able to discover it immediately. Time passed by day. On the evening of the third day, the fourth stroke of the Xing character formula was finally completed. Boom! Qin Feiyang's cultivation base also broke through to the 5-star War Emperor in an instant. Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House looked at Qin Feiyang's back with a trace of envy in their eyes. While practicing the divine art, he could also improve his cultivation base. Why did all the good things in the world fall on this guy? The Xing character formula had a total of 6 strokes. Qin Feiyang had already copied the 4th stroke, and there were still 2 strokes left. Soon, he would be able to master another divine art. Moreover, the 6-word divine art was more powerful than the other divine arts that Qin Feiyang had mastered. According to Qin Feiyang's judgment, even the divine dragon art could not be compared to the 6-word divine art. The Xing character formula is comparable to teleportation. I'm really looking forward to it, Qin Feiyang murmured, turned his head to look at the situation outside through the screen, and continued to copy the 5th stroke. These 3 days, the journey was very peaceful. On the first day, the Ant King led everyone on the journey. On the second day, the Spider Emperor. On the third day, which was today, the Crocodile Emperor led everyone on the journey. Of course. On the way, they would occasionally encounter some ferocious beasts. Chapter 1477. Time flew by. The next morning. Summon the Scorpion King. Qin Feiyang said to Ling Yunfei without turning his head. Although the Crocodile Emperor and the other three beasts were used to the climate, they were still following him and he could not be biased. It would be unfair if only one of them were to lead them on their journey. Ling Yunfei nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Scorpion King appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang retracted his arm and turned to look at the Scorpion King. How was it? How's your understanding of the profound meaning of becoming a god? It's too difficult. Until now, I still haven't figured out what it means. The Scorpion King sighed. There's no rush. Take your time. It's your turn to lead us today. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Scorpion King said unhappily, "Aren't you treating me like an outsider?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then, he appeared on the Crocodile Emperor's back with the Scorpion King. The Crocodile Emperor immediately laughed. I like boss's way of doing things. 1 day per person, fair and just. But this damn weather is really hot. That's enough. You've lived here for so many years and you're still afraid of the heat. The Scorpion King despised. Don't say that. I'm really afraid of the heat. After all, I'm not like you. You and the Ant Queen have always been like this. It's normal that you're not afraid of the heat. But I've been living in the water source all these years. It's rare for me to be like this. The Crocodile Emperor said. Don't mention the water source. When I hear these words, I can't help but think of the wicked things you've done in the past. The Scorpion King snorted. Wicked? Do you know how to talk? This is called the capable. I'm more capable than you. The water source is such a good place. Of course, it's mine to enjoy. The Crocodile Emperor said in disdain. Can't both of you stop talking? Qin Feiyang was helpless. If he did not stop them, these two would definitely fight again. The Crocodile Emperor glanced at the Scorpion King and said, "All right, I'll let it go for your sake." Fuck. It's me who doesn't want to argue with you, do you understand? Do you think it's still the same as before? Now that you don't have any armor, killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Scorpion Emperor said angrily. Say that again. The Crocodile Emperor was enraged. Wait. But suddenly, the Scorpion Emperor seemed to have discovered something and looked around in surprise. At this moment, they stood in the middle of a mountain range. The surrounding mountain ranges were stacked on top of each other, and just like the other places, it was completely bare. But there was a difference. There were stone holes of various sizes on each of the giant peaks. There was a fist-sized hole. There were also stone holes the size of a dustpan. In short, apart from the ground, this place was riddled with holes. What happened? The Crocodile Emperor was puzzled. Qin Feiyang also looked at Scorpion King suspiciously. The Scorpion King said in a low voice, "Little crocodile, do you still remember that a group of terrifying creatures came to invade your water source a few years ago?" A few years ago, Crocodile Emperor lowered its head and recalled. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something as its gaze trembled slightly. "Little Scorpion, are you talking about the blood-devouring bees?" "That's right." Scorpion King nodded. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He also knew about the blood-devouring bees. It was an extremely ferocious social creature. Their horror was comparable to the blood-devouring scorpion. As long as it was a place they went, it would become a land of death. It was no exaggeration to say that. When the blood-devouring bees were dispatched, it was equivalent to locusts passing through, leaving nothing behind. Even if it was a beast with a higher cultivation than them, they could nibble it away bit by bit. Not even the bones would be left behind. The Crocodile Emperor was surprised. Why did you suddenly mention them? The Scorpion King looked around, swallowed its saliva, and said angrily, "Are you stupid? Don't you know how to look carefully? This is their nest." What? The Crocodile Emperor's gaze trembled. It quickly looked around and muttered, "Damn, it's really their nest. I was so careless that I didn't notice it." In the past, it had armor and was not afraid of any creature. Because no one could break its defense. But now, it had given the armor to Qin Feiyang. Without its greatest reliance, It had to be on guard. Qin Feiyang was also on high alert, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The Scorpion King pointed to the surrounding peaks and said to Qin Feiyang, "See those holes? That's where they are entrenched. Boss Qin, let's take a detour. You don't know how crazy these guys are. Anyone who provokes them will not have a good ending." The Crocodile Emperor was terrified. "When did you become so timid?" "I can't tell. Is there something strange here?" The Scorpion King said angrily. "What's strange?" The Crocodile Emperor was suspicious. "Look carefully. In fact, we are now deep in the blood-devouring bee's nest. Why hasn't a single one appeared?" The Scorpion King said. "Yeah. Where did they go?" The Crocodile Emperor came back to its senses and asked in surprise. The Scorpion King's eyes flashed coldly. His battle aura rolled out and blasted towards a giant peak. There was a loud bang. The giant peak shattered, revealing a huge beehive. The beehive was about a few 100 feet in diameter, emitting a delicate fragrance. The fragrance came from the beehive's beehive. It was also the so-called honey. Like stalactites, crystal clear. However, there was not a single blood-devouring bee in the beehive. Beehive. Qin Feiyang looked at the beehive's beehive with a gleam in his eyes. As everyone knew, beehive's beehive was usually formed by collecting all kinds of pollen over a long period of time. But blood-devouring bees were different. The beehive's beehive was refined from the flesh and blood of various beasts. And it was the essence of the flesh and blood. This kind of beehive was a great tonic for both beasts and humans. Not only did it have the effect of healing injuries, but it could also restore battle aura and prolong life. According to ancient records, the energy contained in a drop of beehive's beehive was equivalent to 1,000 battle aura pills and 1,000 healing pills. "Boss Qin, what are you thinking about? You're drooling." The Scorpion King snickered. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, his face full of awkwardness. Scorpion King looked at the beehive and chuckled. "Don't be embarrassed. In fact, I've been drooling over this beehive for a long time. It's just that I couldn't find the opportunity because of the blood-devouring bee's protection." "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go and have a taste." Crocodile Emperor led Qin Feiyang and Scorpion King to the front of the beehive. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed 1/3 of the beehive in an instant. Awesome. As the beehive's beehive entered his mouth, he could feel a fragrance sweeping through his body. The fatigue from the day's journey was swept away in an instant. Crocodile Emperor showed a look of enjoyment. However, Scorpion King was exasperated and scolded. "Are you the reincarnation of a hungry ghost?" But Crocodile Emperor was immersed in the delicacy and was not in the mood to care. It swallowed another mouthful and more than half of the beehive disappeared. The huge beehive was only left with a little bit. "Bastard, you're wasting God's gift." Scorpion King was hopping mad. "Why are you yelling? It's not like this is the only beehive." Crocodile Emperor rolled its eyes. As it spoke, it swallowed the rest of the beehive in one gulp. "Comfortable. I've never tasted such delicious food before. I've wasted my life." It burped and shook its head. It lay on the ground happily and slowly consumed the beehive. "Bastard." Scorpion King scolded and waved its claws. A wave of battle chi swept out and blasted towards a giant peak on the left. The giant peak collapsed. Another beehive was exposed. However, this beehive was smaller than the one Crocodile Emperor had eaten. However, the beehive's beehive was no different. It shone with a milky white halo and smelled fragrant. There was not a speck of dust on it. "This is mine. Don't snatch it from me," Scorpion King said and transformed into its original form. It hurriedly ran towards the beehive. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "What a bunch of foodies." Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, Miss Longfeng, and the white-eyed wolf appeared. Looking at the beehive in front of Scorpion King, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and the white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang turned to Ling Yunfei and said, "Call Li Jian and the Ant Emperor out to help." "All right." Ling Yunfei nodded. With a wave of his hand, Li Jian, Zhu Zhang, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor appeared. "Damn. There really isn't even a single blood-devouring bee. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Boss Qin, quickly prepare something to store the beehive. The rest of you, follow me to sweep. The ant emperor howled and pounced towards a giant peak like a hungry wolf. Ling Yunfei, Li Jian, and the spider emperor also immediately moved and rushed towards a giant peak. Miss Longfeng laughed. I really didn't expect to encounter such a treasure. With this beehive, even if we don't have battle chi pills in the future, it's enough for us to consume for a while. Luo Qingzhu also laughed. No. I'm guessing that there's probably a beehive in all the mountains in this area. If that's the case, then this beehive is enough for us to consume for decades. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Miss Longfeng glanced at the surrounding giant peaks and smiled. I'll go and try it too. I'll go too, Luo Qingzhu said. Qin Feiyang also rushed to a giant peak and shattered it with a punch. A 50 to 60 zhong tall beehive appeared. He stretched out his finger, dipped it in the beehive, and put it in his mouth. His first impression was that it was sweet and delicious. Following that, a huge amount of energy surged into his body. In just a few breaths, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the battle chi he had consumed to copy the line formula had actually recovered. The rumors are true. A drop of beehive is comparable to 1,000 battle chi pills and healing pills. Qin Feiyang was wild with joy and hurriedly took out his cosmos bag. But in the end, he froze there. Originally, he wanted to find something to store the beehive. But there was no such large capacity in the cosmos bag. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Scorpion Emperor, Ling Yunfei, and the others. Everyone had already found more than a dozen beehives. They were of different sizes. But the smallest beehive was more than 100 zhong in diameter. How much beehive was there? It was estimated that it could gather into a small lake. Even if the castle was used as a container, it wouldn't be able to hold it. How should he deal with it? For a moment, Qin Feiyang didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he already had an idea. Chapter 1478. No one knew when the blood-devouring bees would return, so they had to speed up. In addition to Li Jian, Zhu Zhang, and the Crocodile Emperor, Luo Qingzhu and the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House were also busy. Ling Yunfei rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't bring the ancient pagoda in, so I'll leave these beehives in your spatial divine object first." Hee. Aren't you afraid that I'll take it all for myself? Ling Yunfei laughed evilly. Try it. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully. Ling Yunfei was stunned, then shook his head and laughed, entering the spatial divine object to set it up. Qin Feiyang also followed him to the top of a mountain, paying attention to the surrounding situation. Not long after, Ling Yunfei appeared, and then brought the beehives into the spatial divine object, and kept going back and forth. Time was like sand between one's fingers, passing in a flash. No one knew how much time had passed. In short, all the beehives within a radius of 500 miles had been swept away. Everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Although there were countless treasures in the miracle, the battle chi pill was the most troublesome problem for everyone. Because until now, they had not found a single medicinal ingredient for the battle chi pill. The key was, everyone could not do without the battle chi pill. Whether it was cultivation or fighting, they needed it. The beehive was undoubtedly a timely rain that helped them solve this problem. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze focused as he looked towards the northwest. Faintly, he seemed to have sensed a battle fluctuation coming from afar. But it was very weak. For a moment, he wondered if it was an illusion. After pondering for a while, his eyes flashed as he jumped down from the top of the mountain and landed on the ground below. He said to Ling Yunfei and the others, "You guys be careful, I'll go to the front and take a look." After saying that, without waiting for anyone to respond, he used the phantom steps and left without looking back. What is he going to do? Ling Yunfei was suspicious. Who cares? Collecting the beehive is more important. The Ant Emperor said. The boundless land was filled with desolation. Although the divine ruins were restricted by the power of rules and couldn't fly, their running speed could still be maximized. At this moment, Qin Fei Yang was like a bolt of lightning, traveling through the great earth as fast as lightning. Suddenly, he stopped and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes again, and two beams of light shot out. It wasn't an illusion. There really were battle waves coming from the front. Although it was still very weak, as he got closer, he could clearly sense it. "This is the territory of the blood-devouring bees," Qin Fei Yang murmured. Suddenly, his gaze trembled. Was someone fighting with the blood-devouring bees? Who was so bold? Whoosh! He used phantom steps again and continued to rush forward. The distance was getting closer and closer. The fluctuations from the battle were getting more and more intense. Several hundred breaths passed. Gusts of strong wind blew. The giant peaks of different heights in front of him were also swaying like leaves in the wind. The earth was also trembling. The rumbling sounds became clearer and clearer. As he continued to go deeper for a period of time, Qin Fei Yang felt like he was in the middle of a storm. Waves of battle waves surged toward him. Boom! Crack! At the end of the land in front of him, the mountains continued to collapse, and the rumbling sounds were deafening. The ground was also crazily cracking. Looking from afar, the dust billowed, covering the sky and the sun, as if it was the end of the world. This fluctuation is at least a confrontation between 9-star combat emperors. Qin Fei Yang murmured. Another period of time passed. He suddenly braked and immediately hid behind a huge rock next to him. Then, he carefully poked his head out and looked ahead. In front, dust billowed, covering everything. Just in the dust, Qin Fei Yang vaguely saw that the ground was covered by a layer of blood-red light. Of course, this alone was not enough to make him stop. The real reason that made him stop was that he sensed countless terrifying auras in the dust. These auras contained an astonishing ferocious and ruthless aura, like a group of demons lurking there, giving Qin Fei Yang a great sense of danger. Could they be blood-devouring bees? Qin Fei Yang's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he activated the concealment technique, and his entire person instantly disappeared into the void. Immediately, he walked out in a dignified manner. A moment later, he entered the dust zone and finally saw the true face of the blood-red light. It was blood-devouring bees. Their appearance was very similar to hornets. But the difference was that they were blood-red. Their long and narrow eyes were also blood-stained, suffused with a terrifying murderous light. Kill. Each of them was the size of a fist, and like a tide, they surged forward one after another. While seeing these blood-devouring bees, Qin Fei Yang also sensed a few human auras. But because they were mixed with the blood-devouring bees' auras, it was not easy to distinguish. After carefully sensing for a while, his face suddenly surged with ecstasy. Immediately after, he hurriedly rushed forward. Because he was able to identify the auras of those humans. They were the auras of Fatso, Phantom Snake Emperor, Lu Hong, and Lu Zheng. He really did not expect to meet them here. But calculating the time, it was about time. It had been 3 days since they set off from the Scorpion King's territory. Although it was estimated that it would take at least 4 or 5 days to meet up with Fatso and the others, there was no delay along the way, so it saved a lot of time. Dozens of breaths later, he went deep into the swarm. Finally, on the ground in front, he saw Fatso and the other two and Phantom Snake Emperor. They were surrounded by the swarm of bees, and all of them were scarred. Especially Lu Zheng. His cultivation and strength were stronger than Lu Hong, Fatso, and Phantom Snake Emperor. But he had been protecting Lu Hong behind him, fighting a bloody battle. Even in the face of despair, he did not take a step back. Qin Fei Yang was about to rescue them. But suddenly, further ahead, he sensed another familiar aura. How could it be him? Qin Fei Yang was surprised. The owner of this aura was Gongsun Bei, and there were more than a dozen unfamiliar human auras around Gongsun Bei. These auras were very strong, and all of them had reached the 9-star combat emperor level. There were even 4 auras that had reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor level. Could it be the people from the main tower? Qin Fei Yang muttered. Beast! An angry shout rang out. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked over and immediately saw a palm-sized blood-devouring bee piercing through Lu Zheng's left shoulder like an arrow. A bloody hole suddenly appeared, and blood gushed out. Lu Hong's beautiful face also turned pale. Because she was behind Lu Zheng. After the blood-devouring bee pierced through Lu Zheng's left shoulder, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws toward Lu Hong. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. "Beast, you're courting death." Lu Zheng roared and grabbed the blood-devouring bee with a backhand. His battle chi surged as he crushed the bee into pieces. Blood splattered across the sky. Seeing that Lu Hong was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. But then, he knelt on the ground powerlessly, his face pale. "Are you okay?" Lu Hong hurriedly stepped forward, took out a healing pill, and stuffed it into Lu Zheng's mouth. She was concerned. Lu Zheng clutched his left shoulder, slowly got up, and smiled. "As long as you can live, even if I die, it's worth it." "Silly." Lu Hong scolded angrily, but there was a trace of emotion in her eyes. "I'm talking about the two of you. Fat Lord doesn't object to dating, but can't you pick a better time?" Fatso, who was next to him, roared. "Yes." Phantom Serpent Emperor nodded, also very dissatisfied. There were too many blood-devouring bees, and it was impossible to kill them all. If this continued, everyone would die here. "You talk too much." Lu Zheng glared at them, turned around, grabbed Lu Hong's hand, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, no matter how many blood-devouring bees there are, I will definitely take you out today." Looking at the face in front of her, which was full of concern, Lu Hong could not help but be absent-minded. Seeing this, Lu Zheng laughed and said, "Are you starting to like me? Oh my god. You're still thinking about picking up girls." Fatso and Phantom Serpent Emperor looked at the sky speechlessly. "You talk too much." Lu Zheng was extremely angry. He suddenly turned around, and his battle chi rolled out. He shouted, "Phantom Moon." In an instant, 50 black moons appeared out of nowhere, exuding a world-destroying aura. "Bastards, destroy all of you. Kill." Lu Zheng roared, and the 50 black moons were like meteorites, blasting in all directions. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a loud sound, a large number of blood-devouring bees within 100 miles were killed in an instant. The ground collapsed, and ditches appeared everywhere. "Let's go." However, Lu Zheng did not continue to fight. With a wave of his hand, he led Lu Hong and killed their way out. At this moment, he was like a god of death, unstoppable. Fatso and Phantom Serpent Emperor followed closely on his left and right. But there were too many blood-devouring bees. Moreover, many of these blood-devouring bees had the cultivation of a war emperor. Even if Lu Zheng had mastered the divine art, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. Lu Hong said angrily, "Damn Fatso, hurry up and show me your true ability." Fatso snorted coldly, "Don't some people want to be a hero and save the beauty? Of course, Fat Lord will fulfill his wish." "Bastard. Are you looking for a beating?" Lu Zheng shouted. As long as one was not a fool, one could tell that Fatso was obviously talking about him. "TSK." Fatso raised his middle finger, his eyes full of disdain. "Dragon transformation art, activate." Immediately, he let out a low shout. His aura changed drastically. His body was also changing. Black dragon scales emerged from his skin and covered his entire body. His body was also rapidly growing in size. With a poochie sound, his clothes were torn apart, leaving only a pair of underpants. In the end, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a person with a dragon's body, dragon claws, and dragon scales. He had transformed into a black dragon warrior. Moreover, Fatso's cultivation was also soaring crazily, and in the end, it had increased by a total of 4 small realms. "Damn, you still have such a heaven-defying battle art?" Lu Zheng was dumbfounded. "It's a surprise." Fatso smiled proudly. Lu Zheng was immediately furious, and roared, "If you have such a powerful method, why didn't you use it earlier? Didn't I say that I wanted to give you a chance to perform? Otherwise, how would you win Xiao Hong's heart?" Fatso laughed sinisterly. Hearing this, Lu Zheng glanced at Lu Hong with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 1479. Fatty smiled embarrassedly and immediately attacked, easily destroying a swarm of blood-devouring bees that pounced at him. Lu Zheng smiled and said, Hong with Fatso joining us, you don't have to worry anymore. I finally understand that all of you are treating me like a vase. I don't need your protection. White Dragon Battle Suit. Lu Hong snorted coldly, and wisps of battle chi appeared. Her body emitted a dazzling radiance. A white battle suit materialized on her body. The battle suit was in the style of a long skirt. It was as light as a feather and as soft as silk. The moment the battle suit appeared, Lu Hong's cultivation also surged by 4 small realms, her sleeves fluttered, and her hair danced. Her entire body was enveloped by the radiance, and she exuded a sacred aura. At this moment, she was like a fairy who had returned from the heavens, displaying her beautiful figure. Damn! Lu Zheng was once again dumbfounded. Fatso smiled sinisterly. Her white dragon technique is similar to my dragon transformation technique, so don't underestimate her. Shut up. Lu Hong glared at him and shouted. Then, she swept past Lu Zheng and charged into the swarm of bees. How is it? Don't you feel very unconfident now? Fatso moved to Lu Zheng's side and laughed softly. Get lost. Lu Zheng's face darkened. He looked at Lu Hong's back, and a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. He muttered, This is the woman that I, Lu Zheng, want. Hong wait for me. He hurriedly chased after her. It's over. This kid has gone berserk. Fatso shook his head. The Spirit Serpent Emperor glanced at Lu Zheng and Lu Hong, then turned to look at Fatso and said angrily, I say, do you guys understand the situation? Do you still have the mood to joke at a time like this? This is called mentality, do you understand? Don't be so serious. Even if we die in the end, we have to die happily. Fatso chuckled and quickly chased after him. Die happily? The Spirit Serpent Emperor was stunned for a moment before it cursed angrily. What a bunch of lunatics. Qin Feiyang followed behind the 3 people and 1 beast. Originally, he wanted to help. But when he saw Lu Hong and Lu Zheng's situation, he had an idea. Why not help the 2 of them? Initially, he had noticed that the way Lu Hong looked at Lu Zheng was slightly different from before. He was touched. There was warmth. There was also a trace of complicated feelings. This meant that regardless of their current relationship, at least Lu Zheng had already opened Lu Hong's heart. This was an opportunity. He had long known about Lu Hong's feelings for him. However, feelings could not be forced, so he could only apologize. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that Lu Hong and Lu Zheng could be together. After all, Lu Zheng had both the family background and the talent he needed. Most importantly, after spending some time together, he realized that Lu Zheng was actually a very responsible man even though he appeared to be a wanton and unrestrained person. Moreover, Lu Zheng was also his cousin. He was relieved that Lu Hong and Lu Zheng were together. Although Lu Hong did not have any feelings for Lu Zheng now, feelings were something that could be cultivated slowly. Especially in this kind of life-and-death environment and atmosphere, it was easy to develop feelings for each other. After all, women all yearned for a man to stand in front of them and protect them. Boom. Crack. The 3 people and 1 beast unleashed their iron-blooded methods and killed crazily, leaving behind a sea of corpses. Let's work harder. If nothing goes wrong, we can definitely kill our way out. Fatso roared excitedly as if he had been injected with chicken blood. You want to escape? Are you dreaming? But before he finished speaking, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded not far away. Fatso raised his eyebrows and looked up. He saw a fan-sized blood-devouring bee laughing at him, its eyes full of mockery. You dare to laugh at me? You really don't know what's good for you. Fatso was furious. He jumped up and pounced on the blood-devouring bee like an arrow. Hee. The blood-devouring bee laughed sinisterly and retreated like lightning. At the same time, it raised its head and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Not good. Lu Hong's expression changed and she shouted, It's informing the 9-star combat emperor's blood-devouring bee. Don't tangle with it, leave quickly. Fatso's heart also sank. He quickly returned to Lu Hong and Lu Zheng's side and tried his best to kill the swarm of bees in front of him. I hope Gongsun Bei and the others can stall the 9-star combat emperor's blood-devouring bees. The spirit snake emperor was worried. Although Fatso and Lu Hong had shown their true strength, they were still a little weak against the 9-star combat emperor's blood-devouring bees. As for Lu Zheng, even if he mastered the fire phoenix art, it would be difficult for him to fight against the swarm of blood-devouring bees. Damn humans, you killed so many of our people. Go to hell. Suddenly, accompanied by angry roars, more than a dozen blood-devouring bees charged over like lightning. Wherever they passed, the earth trembled and mountains shattered. Moreover, they were different from the netherworld bees here. They were as big as a dustpan and their terrifying aura swept in all directions. They are all 9-star combat emperors. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood-devouring bees and muttered to himself. He then turned back to look at Fatso and the others. At this moment, Fatso and the other two and the spirit snake emperor were running for their lives. But there were too many blood-devouring bees in front of them. Moreover, seeing the 9-star combat emperor's blood-devouring bees charging over, they became even crazier and continued to charge forward. This made it impossible for Fatso and the others to unleash their maximum speed. Seeing that the 9-star combat emperor's blood-devouring bees were about to reach them, Lu Zheng gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around. With a destructive aura, he charged forward. Fatso roared, "Lu Zheng, what are you doing?" Lu Zheng roared without turning back, "I will stay behind to stop them." "You guys go quickly." "No. If you want to go, let's go together," Lu Hong said. "Don't be silly. From the moment we were surrounded by them, I already knew that we would not be able to escape today. You guys go quickly. It is better for me to sacrifice myself than to be completely annihilated," Lu Zheng said without turning back. A wave of fire soared into the sky. A divine seal as big as a mountain and a phoenix surrounded by divine light instantly appeared above his head, exuding a monstrous divine aura. These were the first and second forms of the fire phoenix technique, fire phoenix seal, phoenix cry. "I did not expect that I, Lu Zheng, would actually fall into the hands of you beasts here. Fortunately, my little cousin is not here. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh at me. Come on, let me see how capable you are." Lu Zheng raised his head and laughed wildly. The fire phoenix seal expanded in the wind, shaking the sky and whistling forward. Chirp. At the same time, the phoenix circling in the sky also let out a high-pitched phoenix cry. A formless sound wave immediately surged towards the dozen blood-devouring bees like a tidal wave. Ants. However, facing the two great divine techniques, the blood-devouring bees were completely fearless. Blood-colored battle chi surged out of their bodies, turning into a torrent that flooded the sky and surged out in all directions. Boom. High up in the sky, the fire phoenix seal met the blood-colored battle chi first. With a deafening sound, the fire phoenix seal shattered on the spot. Following closely, the blood-colored battle chi rushed toward the sound wave with irresistible force. The sound wave could not stop it at all. Puff. Lu Zheng spat out blood from his mouth. This was the difference in cultivation level. And it was an overwhelming difference. Even if Lu Zheng had a divine technique, he could not reverse the situation. Boom. Under the impact of the blood-colored battle chi, the fire phoenix let out a wail and collapsed. After the fire phoenix collapsed, the blood-colored battle chi rushed toward Lu Zheng again. That shocking murderous aura and that unresolvable ferocity made him feel as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. His body and mind were cold. He hurriedly turned his head to look behind and saw that Lu Hong, Fatso, and the Phantom Snake Emperor were still there. He could not help but shout anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." The two people and one beast were not idle either. They fought with the other blood-devouring bees. It was hard to tell who would win. Impossibly stupid. Lu Zheng cursed angrily. He turned to stare at the blood-devouring bees and shouted, "The third style of the fire phoenix technique, Emperor of all spirit." As soon as he said this, the sky changed color. Blood-red clouds rolled in from the horizon. The sky above turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The void and the ground were illuminated in red light. Boom. In the next moment, A divine statue appeared above Lu Zheng. It was a middle-aged man. He was 7 feet tall and straight like an iron pine tree. He stood on the fire phoenix and held a long spear in his hand. His sharp eyes looked down at the world like an emperor who ruled over all directions. He was domineering and domineering. Ancestor of the Lu family, Qin Feiyang looked at the divine statue with respect in his eyes. He had seen this divine statue in the Lu family's land of inheritance. It was also this divine statue that had given him the inheritance. Ancestor, it's up to you whether or not we can escape alive today. The Lu family looked at the divine statue and muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he waved his hand. Clang! The divine statue took a step forward and stomped on the blood-colored battle chi. A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The divine statue was immediately sent flying. Lu Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not dare to look away. He stared at the divine statue and roared in his heart. Ancestor, work harder and crush it, boom. The divine statue stomped again and the blood-colored battle chi finally dissipated. The dozens of blood-devouring bees also suffered from the backlash and spat out blood. Ha ha! Ancestor's power is indeed impressive. Kill! Lu Zheng laughed wildly and roared. The divine statue immediately turned around and stepped into the air. He raised the long spear in his hand and slashed at the dozens of blood-devouring bees. Thousands of spear shadows shattered the earth. Thousands of blood-devouring bees did not even have time to scream before they turned into a bloody mist. Human, you deserve to die. The dozens of 9-star combat emperor blood-devouring bees were furious when they saw this scene. Boom! Blood-colored waves rose from behind them. More than a dozen beasts appeared in an instant. These were their fighting souls. The appearance of the fighting souls was the same as their bodies. But the difference was, the size of the fighting souls was very large. Each fighting soul was a few 100 feet tall, like a huge mountain. Moreover, these fighting souls were not only blood-red, but their eyes were also glowing with a touch of golden light as if they were cast in gold. Roar. Chapter 1480. Boom. Divine light bloomed in the sky. More than a dozen fighting souls whizzed over. Accompanied by loud clanging sounds, the long spear collapsed and the statue was destroyed. Lu Zheng was sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. His face was drained of blood. But there was still one fighting soul left. This fighting soul shook the sky and roared towards Lu Zheng. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang shook his head. There was no doubt that the fire phoenix technique was powerful, but Lu Zheng's cultivation was still too weak. Quick! At the same time, Fatso shouted. The 2 men and 1 beast quickly killed a bloody path in front of Lu Zheng. Their battle chi surged and turned into a huge wave that rushed towards the fighting soul. Lu Zheng's expression changed and he shouted, "You are no match for it. Get out of the way." But it was too late. The fighting soul whizzed over and the huge wave was instantly annihilated. Fatso, Lu Zheng, and the Phantom Serpent Emperor were immediately sent flying. Their bodies were shattered and blood stained the ground. Lu Zheng said angrily, "Why are you so stupid? I told you to run, so run. What are you waiting for? If we die, we die together. If we live together." Lu Hong said. Lu Zheng was furious. But suddenly, he rolled his eyes and got up in a sorry state. He staggered to Lu Hong's side and said, "Don't tell me you can't bear to part with me. Get lost." Lu Hong was extremely angry. Why was he still so frivolous at this time? "I'm not frivolous. Can't you see that I'm very serious?" Lu Zheng looked aggrieved. He looked up at the fighting soul roaring and sighed. "Hong since you're going to die anyway, can you promise me a small request?" "What?" Lu Hong got up and looked at him in confusion. Lu Zheng said, "Kiss me." "Are you asking for a beating?" Lu Hong's face was dark. "This is my only wish. Won't you fulfill it?" Lu Zheng looked at her pitifully. Lu Hong was so angry in her heart. In a life-and-death situation, he actually had the mood to think about these things. What was in this person's head? Suddenly, Lu Zheng took the initiative to lean forward and gave Lu Hong a fierce kiss on her face without holding back. You Lu Hong was stunned. How dare he sneak attack her? She touched her face and glared at Lu Zheng, feeling her cheeks burning. It smells so good. Now, I can die without regrets. Lu Zheng chuckled and turned to look at Zhon Hun. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without turning his head, he shouted, I'll give you another chance. Leave now. Boom. Waves of fire soared into the sky like giant dragons. Fourth style, rising from the ashes. Chirp. In an instant. A huge fire phoenix spread its wings and flew out from the waves of fire. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. When it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Its divine might rolled out in all directions. Go! Lu Zheng roared. However, the two men and one beast did not leave. They rushed to Lu Zheng's side and stood side by side. The battle chi in their sea of chi poured out without reservation. Lu Zheng glared at them angrily. Don't say anything. As a brother, I can't leave you behind and escape alone. Fatso waved his hand. Lu Hong and Spirit Snake Emperor's eyes were also incomparably firm. You guys. Sigh. Lu Zheng sighed and said with a smile, Yes. Lu Hong replied. Lu Zheng said, if we survive this disaster, can you promise me a small request? Again. The corners of Fatso and Spirit Snake Emperor's mouth twitched. Lu Hong also looked at him warily. Don't worry. I won't do any more surprise attacks. I just want to say that if we survive this disaster, can you promise me to go on a date with me? Lu Zheng said helplessly. Lu Hong hesitated, but looking at the approaching battle soul, she gritted her teeth and nodded. If we can really escape this disaster, I promise you. Ha! Lu Zheng suddenly laughed and shouted, for this date, even if I have to risk my life, I have to escape. Kill. He waved his hand, and the fire phoenix in the sky roared and pounced on the battle soul with a destructive aura. With a loud bang, the battle soul disintegrated and dissipated into the world. The fire phoenix soared into the sky, flames surging around its body, and continued to pounce on more than a dozen blood-devouring bees. Is there any use in struggling? The blood-devouring bees' eyes were full of contempt. Blood-colored battle chi surge. A blood dragon condensed and formed. Roar. Chirp. The dragon and phoenix fought, and the world lost its color. Boom. The stalemate lasted for a moment. With a deafening sound, the fire phoenix disintegrated. Puff. Lu Zheng's body and mind trembled. He could not stop retreating, and his life force was gradually dissipating. Lu Zheng. Lu Hong quickly turned and ran up, grabbing Lu Zheng's arm, her face full of concern. Hee. Seeing you worry about me, even if I die, it's worth it. However, I won't die so easily. Rebirth. Fire Phoenix. Lu Zheng grinned and roared into the sky. Rebirth. Lu Hong, Fatso, and the Spirit Serpent Emperor were surprised. Chirp. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The fire phoenix that had been disintegrated by the blood dragon appeared again and collided with the blood dragon in the sky. Destructive waves of air swept in all directions. The two humans and one beast were dumbfounded. This is the fourth style of the fire phoenix technique, rising from the ashes. As long as I don't die, it will continue to be reborn. Lu Zheng said proudly. Fatso said in surprise, if that's the case, doesn't that mean we're invincible? Wrong. If my cultivation was higher by 2 or 3 small realms, I would indeed be invincible. But now, defeat is only a matter of time. Lu Zheng sighed. Fatso's heart sank as he looked around. The other blood-devouring bees were also charging towards them from all directions. It was a sea of blood. Who knew how many there were? Facing such a situation, was there any hope of survival? Suddenly, the swarm of bees that were surging towards them stopped. The few of them were surprised. What was going on? Why did they stop? But then, an even more surprising scene appeared. The blood-devouring bees from all directions not only stopped, but also began to retreat quickly. The 3 humans and 1 beast looked at each other, then raised their heads in unison and looked at the dozen or so 9-star combat emperor blood-devouring bees. But the result disappointed them greatly. The dozen or so blood-devouring bees had no intention of retreating. The blood dragon had also been fighting with the fire phoenix. What does this mean? The 3 humans and 1 beast were puzzled. Why did the other blood-devouring bees retreat? Suddenly, a strong sense of uneasiness swept through their bodies and minds. The 3 humans and 1 beast quickly scanned their surroundings. There was nothing unusual around. But the ground under their feet began to tremble violently. Boom! In the next moment, the ground cracked open, and a blood-devouring bee the size of a dustpan burst out from the ground. Retreat! Lu Zheng's expression changed, and he quickly retreated with Lu Hong and the other 2, as well as the Phantom Snake Emperor. But that blood-devouring bee also had the cultivation of a 9-star combat emperor, and it was as fast as lightning, heading straight for Lu Zheng. Bastard! You are 9-star emperor beasts, and you actually used such a despicable method of sneak attack. How despicable! Lu Zheng roared angrily. But before he finished speaking, the ground behind him also cracked open, and another blood-devouring bee the size of a dustpan swept out like lightning. The appearance of this blood-devouring bee was simply too unexpected. The 3 humans and 1 beast couldn't help but close their eyes in despair. But at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared behind them. It was Qin Feiyang. He looked at the blood-devouring bee with murderous intent surging in his eyes. He raised his hand and slapped it, and a golden light swept out. Return formula. Returning the favor to oneself. The golden light surged out, and the blood-devouring bee was immediately sent flying. Its huge body directly exploded in the void, and blood splattered across the sky. Sensing the familiar aura behind them, Fatso and the others opened their eyes, and a trace of surprise crept up in their eyes. But just as they were about to turn their heads to look, Qin Feiyang flashed and appeared in front of them. Qin Feiyang. Looking at the extremely familiar back, the 3 humans and 1 beast were wild with joy. Sorry, I only just arrived. Qin Feiyang smiled without turning his head, and slapped the air again. The golden light burst out, and the blood-devouring bee in front of him also died on the spot. Your cultivation. Lu Zheng sized up Qin Feiyang in surprise. I just broke through. Qin Feiyang chuckled and raised his head to look at the blood dragon and the dozen or so blood-devouring bees opposite it. The dozen or so blood-devouring bees were also sizing up Qin Feiyang with a trace of surprise in their eyes. A 5-star combat emperor human could actually kill a 9-star the archbeast in an instant. Come and try my fire phoenix formula. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. His flaming battle aura rushed into the sky, and a huge fire phoenix appeared. Its mighty divine power shook the clouds. This was the 4th style of the fire phoenix formula, rising from the ashes. Bastard! Lu Zheng cursed in his heart. Chirp! The fire phoenix spread its wings and carried a sea of fire with it as it pounced toward the blood dragon. With Qin Feiyang's addition, the 2 fire phoenixes joined forces and instantly turned the battle into a one-sided one. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, the blood dragon let out a cry and collapsed. Lu Zheng landed beside Qin Feiyang and said unhappily, "It wasn't easy to move Hong but you stole the limelight again. You should thank me. If I hadn't purposely hidden until now, you wouldn't even have a chance to date her." Qin Feiyang chuckled in his heart. What? You've been here for a long time? Lu Zheng was surprised. Yes. I didn't come out because I was fulfilling your wish. Qin Feiyang thought in his heart. I see. You're indeed blood brothers. Thank you. Lu Zheng laughed in his heart. No. You're mistaken. We're not blood brothers. We're cousins. There's still some distance between cousins and blood brothers. Qin Feiyang said. You're really arrogant. It's just a polite remark. Don't take it seriously. Lu Zheng glanced at him disdainfully, then looked up at the dozen or so blood-devouring bees and said in his heart, let's not talk nonsense and get rid of them together. Qin Feiyang nodded. Boom. The 2 of them waved their hands, and the 2 fire phoenixes circling in the sky immediately charged toward the dozen or so blood-devouring bees. Go. One of the blood-devouring bees shouted. The dozen or so blood-devouring bees immediately turned around and fled. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you running now? Lu Zheng laughed, his eyes full of contempt, but his heart was full of joy. After being chased for so long, he had a bellyful of resentment. Now that the reinforcements had finally arrived, he naturally couldn't just let it go. The two fire phoenixes chased closely. In the end, with a series of miserable howls, the dozen or so blood-devouring bees died one after another under the sharp claws of the fire phoenixes. Chapter 1481. But because of the death of these dozens of blood-devouring bees, the other blood-devouring bees were completely enraged. You cruel humans deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Brothers, kill. Don't let any of them go. The blood-devouring bees roared one after another. Like a bloody wave, they pounced toward Qin Feiyang and the others. You guys go to the castle first. Qin Feiyang turned his head and said to Fatso, Lu Hong, and the Phantom Snake Emperor. Then, he sent them directly to the castle. Lu Zheng hurriedly said, I also want to go and rest. In your dreams. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. The word kill appeared between his eyebrows. His eyes and long hair instantly turned blood red, and his killing intent enveloped all directions. All the blood-devouring bees that were enveloped by the killing intent instinctively felt despair. But they didn't stop because of this. On the contrary, they became even crazier. Qin Feiyang looked around. The blood on the ground and the blood in the corpses continuously flowed toward the word kill. Boom. His cultivation base rapidly soared. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Zheng. He asked, Why are you with Gongsun Bei? We met here. Speaking of which, we have to thank him. If he didn't bring people to hold back the blood-devouring bees of the 8 and 9-star combat emperors, we would have died a long time ago. Right. There are 2 bee emperors here, 1 male and 1 female. They have the strength of a peak 9-star combat emperor. Lu Zheng said in a deep voice. 2 bee emperors, Qin Feiyang murmured, other than Gongsun Bei, who are the others? They seem to be the oracles of the main tower. Lu Zheng said. Let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Lu Zheng to the battlefield where Gongsun Bei was. He had always had a good impression of Gongsun Bei. He even wanted to take him under his command. Unfortunately, Gongsun Bei was too loyal to the main tower master. To be exact, he wasn't loyal to the main tower master. He was loyal to the main tower and the forgotten continent like Elder Qin. Boom. With a large amount of blood, Qin Feiyang's cultivation base quickly reached 8-star combat emperor. The 50 sword shadows of the Guyuan sword technique swept out in all directions, sweeping everything in their path. Wherever they went, the blood-devouring bees would die under the sword. There was no need for Lu Zheng to do anything. This kill character formula is really powerful. Lu Zheng watched with trepidation. He consumed a healing pill and looked at Qin Feiyang with shifty eyes. He smiled and said, Little cousin, can you teach this kill formula to others? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Lu Zheng immediately turned hostile and said angrily, I was just asking. How is it scolding people? Do you have any manners? Wolf Anantha. And Wolf Hellbai. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng was stunned. He was furious. How could he not think of such a simple logic? He was smart all his life, but stupid this time. You, on the other hand. What have you experienced in the past few days? Why do I feel that Lu Hong's opinion of you has changed? Qin Feiyang asked secretly as he killed the enemies. It's a long story. Ever since we entered this damned place, we've been running for our lives. But you're right. Hong is no longer as cold as before. Maybe it's because she saw my concern and sincerity for her along the way. Lu Zheng was secretly delighted. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, Are you serious? Lu Zheng immediately frowned and said, Nonsense. Am I the kind of person who treats relationships as child's play? That's good. I don't mean anything by asking this. After all, Lu Hong has been with me for so many years. I also want her to have a good home. And we're different from you. You grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. There were no disasters or difficulties. But we've been through hardships since we were young. It's not easy to get to where we are now. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng frowned and said, Why does it sound like you're mocking me? I'm telling the truth. Take Lu Hong for example. When she was in Black Bear City, she had to bow to reality and live a humble life in order to survive. If Fatso hadn't dragged her into the water back then, who knows how far she would have fallen today. So I hope that she can continue to live a stable and happy life like this. Qin Feiyang said. Dragged into the water? Lu Zheng was stunned and asked curiously, what do you mean? It's been too long. I don't remember clearly. I only vaguely remember that my situation in Black Bear City was very bad. It was Fatso who dragged Lu Hong onto my pirate ship. There's one thing I still remember. Lu Hong has always been brooding about this matter. She said that Fatso is not kind. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. This damn Fatso is indeed not kind. But it's all thanks to this damn Fatso. Otherwise, as you said, Hong Er's fate would not be like today. Don't worry. I promise to treat her well and will never let her suffer. Also, if this really happens, you'll be our matchmaker. At that time, I'll give you a big pig's head. Lu Zheng chuckled. You're the pig's head. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, but he was very gratified. He believed that this would be the best ending for Lu Hong. Boom. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang's cultivation had already superimposed to a 9-star combat emperor. The blood-devouring bees naturally could not stop him. Boom. But suddenly, an exceptionally deafening sound exploded on the battlefield in front. Not long after, a wave of qi that seemed to be able to destroy the world came crashing down like a raging wave in a vast ocean, toppling mountains and overturning seas. This is the aura of self-destruction. Lu Zheng was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, it can't be Gongsun Bei, right? Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He knew Gongsun Bei's character. He would rather sacrifice himself than let others self-destruct. Maybe it really was him. Please don't let it be you. Qin Feiyang murmured and used the phantom steps. His blood-red hair fluttered. He was like a god of death descending to the world as he charged over with Lu Zheng. The parched earth was shattered into pieces. A tragic aura filled the void. The blood-devouring bees were in a boundless swarm. It was impossible to count them. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang saw more than a dozen figures on the ground in front of him. The leader was Gongsun Bei. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, they were all missing arms and legs. They were dripping with blood and looked extremely miserable. A group of people was charging towards them. No. To be exact, they were running towards them. He's not dead. Qin Feiyang became spirited and quickly rushed over to help. If it was really Gongsun Bei who had self-destructed, he would have regrets in his heart. Damn it. He actually forced old Feng to self-destruct. If I knew that the divine ruin was so dangerous, I wouldn't have come. At the same time, the people behind Gongsun Bei were roaring with regret. Their faces were filled with helplessness. They thought that the divine ruin was heaven, but it was hell. No. It was scarier than hell. Calm down. What's the use of regretting now? Old Feng self-destructed to open a way for us to survive. We can't let him die in vain, Gongsun Bei shouted. Everyone became silent. Bastards, I'll kill you all. A white-clothed woman suddenly roared and charged towards the swarm of bees. She waved her hand and killed a large number of them. At the same time, 2 8-star combat emperor blood-devouring bees stabbed their stingers into the white-clothed woman's heart. The white-clothed woman immediately cried out in pain. Gongsun Bei's face darkened. He went forward and smashed the 2 blood-devouring bees to save the white-clothed woman. Why are you so impulsive? Gongsun Bei's face was filled with anger. He pulled out the 2 poisonous stingers and took out an antidote pill, stuffing it into the woman's mouth. I really don't want to run anymore. I want to die together with them like old Feng, the white-clothed woman roared. Obviously, her mind had collapsed. Suddenly, a white-haired old man accidentally discovered Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng. His eyes widened and were filled with disbelief. After regaining his senses, he immediately shouted, "Look, are my eyes playing tricks on me? I actually saw Qin Feiyang." What? Qin Feiyang? Everyone's eyes trembled. Gongsun Bei also immediately turned his head. When he saw Qin Feiyang and Lu Zheng, his face was filled with ecstasy. He said, "It's really him. We're saved. Let's go." Hearing Gongsun Bei's words, the group of people seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They forcibly opened up a bloody path and rushed to meet up with Qin Feiyang. After a while, the two groups finally met. Qin Feiyang ran to Gongsun Bei and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Gongsun Bei said, "I can still hold on. Take this first." Qin Feiyang took out a healing pill with 6 veins and gave it to Gongsun Bei. Then, he looked at the divine envoys behind Gongsun Bei. Including Gongsun Bei, there were a total of 15 people. 2 of them were at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. The rest were 9-star combat emperors. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "I sensed 3 peak realm auras earlier. Why are there only 2 now? The one missing is Old Feng. He self-destructed his physical body so that we could escape from the encirclement of the 2 wasp emperors." Gongsun Bei said dejectedly. "What a pity." Qin Feiyang sighed. The birth of a peak 9-star combat emperor not only required a long time, but also a large amount of resources. The old man in white said anxiously, "Don't say so much. The wasp emperors have probably caught up. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Gongsun Bei. "You take them and leave first. Lu Zheng and I will bring up the rear." "Okay." Gongsun Bei nodded and immediately led a group of people forward. However, after a few steps, the ground in front of them cracked and a giant blood-devouring wasp swept out from the ground. Its body was more than 100 feet long, like a house. Its body was dripping with blood and emitted a monstrous aura. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. Wasp Emperor. Gongsun Bei and the group immediately braked and retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. They stared at the Wasp Emperor with fear in their eyes. Behind the Wasp Emperor, there was a group of blood-devouring wasps.